really horrible side to it in terms of you having to wear a back brace.
Grab your drinks, snacks, and otherwise. And let's pick up with a bit of a recap of last time. So, previously, the party on their way back from the ruins of Draconia, almost reaching the city of Asarius, the only real savage stronghold out here in the wastes. We had a close run-in we had a close titan. The Chimera King, the horrible flying beastie that's been terrorizing the wastelands, all the way from the far north of Jigao, all the way down to the many hosts of Yggdrathot. We, through some clever tactics and sort of like magic, managed to hide ourselves, avoiding the beast's attention. However, not much after, we got almost ambushed, if not for the incredible perception of some of our party members here, by the Shadow Fae creature that Verin is after, the very same one that has started this whole adventure for us, this quest. For whatever reason, it is now after us as well. We manage to fight back with some help of Captain Ilivere Olios, who arrived with a little cadre of soldiers. We survived, we managed to fight it off, but still very nasty enemy with some strange behavior, reminding us even in some moments of some others from our past. So, eventually, though, we made it back to Asarius. We met up with the gang, with Tascan Varys, with Trog Stormspeech, with Captain Ray Olios, with Professor Wacko, and eventually Zuzu, the Ancient of Rites, the small little fiend creature with access to all kinds of information and ability to craft all kinds of wondrous magical artifacts. He revealed to us the location of Doomeran, a dark citadel. Apparently a location of hidden, dangerous, Lolth-worshipping drow, which seem to have allied with this Shadow Fae villain that Verin is after. Verin then tasked us, or asked of us, for a grand reward of coins and land to join him and the Kryn dynasty in destroying that last root of evil within their realm. The party, for whatever various reasons of their own or as a community, agreed. Immediately after, Captain Ilivere declared, not really giving us much of a choice, that she will be accompanying us to the Moorlands, where we are supposed to act as diplomats. The party, having announced multiple times before that we want nothing to do with this politically, we're just doing this to get our own answers, make powerful friends, and get some coin. Of course, we're perfect individuals for such a mission, to act as diplomats between the Kryn Dynasty's army that would pass through the Iothia Moorlands, and both the shaman warriors of Dolarav and the Koshtask berserkers. Be it diplomacy or violence, you were tasked as a group to head on out there into those marshlands and forge a temporary alliance or a peace or whatever it would be. It would allow a large force of Kryn Dynasty soldiers to pass on through and go after Doomeran, the Dark Citadel. While there, we did also receive our reward, some powerful potions, as well as an awesome magical staff called the Staff of Fate. This baby is quite something. Not only does it have all kinds of abilities to help you save yourself against spells, it also allows you to cast some Dunamancy spells. Dunamancy, of course, being a school of magic only really known and famous around these parts. A kind of arcana that concerns control of gravity and time magic. So, with Staff of Fate in hand, which I believe went to Morgana, because Morgana... Was it Morgana, actually? I'm trying to remember. Who was it to, right?
Yes, it was me.
Yes. With the staff in hand, the party is now currently pretty much getting ready to head on out onto this quest. That is a long journey into the moorlands. It's very dangerous out there. There's a reason that the dynasty was never actually able to conquer or sort of adopt these lands into their own sort of rule and worship of the Luxon. The people of the moorlands seem to be very resilient. So, currently, we are in Asarius. We are currently preparing for the journey. I believe the mention last time from our friends here, especially sort of like Varen and such, was that we would be heading out the following day or within the next week or something of the sorts while they gather their armies. They have many mages in their employ, and so they inform you that, hey, once we are ready, we're going to contact you magically, and you guys can respond to us telling us a rough estimate of sort of like when you guys are ready for us to sort of drive on through. One final thing, as Ayla was considering purchasing a moorbounder, because the party agreed to this mission, and because of Ayla's own sort of ideology and creed of cleansing these corrupted lands, something that Varen deeply resonates with, he borrowed to Ayla his mount. This mighty, powerful Dragonel, which is basically sort of like a wyvern creature called Red. This fellow, who it is a armored, war-trained Dragonel. It's a flying mount for our cleric sorcerer here, who really, really dislikes the King of the Wastes, Titan, the Chimera. So, that all said and done, we, I believe, ended the session with Alcina heading over to make contact with an individual here, I believe. Alcina, that was I believe, last thing you wanted to do.
Yeah, that was kind of like where we ended it.
Okay. Looking about and using the special means of conversing magic or sort of communication magic that you have as a part of your or sort of communication magic, you find yourself in one of these, well, there's not a lot of like dark alleyways here. There's not a lot of buildings here. Everything is sort of built up this big hill, but down in the pits where the beasts are trained, a small little tavern can be found. There, while there's no one waiting for you to meet with you, a drop-off point is located. A familiar symbol, written in cipher and unintelligible language to all who wouldn't know to look for it, is located. A small stone box at the corner of a building where a brick can be removed is. Any letter that you would leave or item that you would leave is to be placed there, and soon enough it'll disappear by a person of similar interest, bringing it to whoever its intended recipient is supposed to be. What do you leave at the drop-off?
As intriguing as the item is, she puts the shard in there.
Excellent.
So she
a
puts the
task
shard in there,
completed. Mhm.
and then she also writes on, like, pulls out like a piece of paper. This one she doesn't burn because she's leaving it at the drop-off. She writes on it just some of the stuff that she like casually observed, and being shown around Asarius. Makes little notes of that, like plans that can be filtered back, and like the sort of like the outline of what the intent for the house is, like where they're gonna march an army and what they're gonna do. And so she folds that up, leaves it in the encoded speech that they use, puts that with the stone, wraps that little stone in like a leather pouch and everything. Takes a good look around to make sure no one's like looking.
I mean, every once in a while someone passes by, but no one for long enough to like stop and just sort of stare at you.
Okay. And she'll put that in the box, close it up, put the stone back. And then she'll linger to like walk away a little bit, and she'll find a place to sit down where she can kind of keep an eye on the point for a little bit to make sure no one comes and messes with it.
Gotcha. Nobody arrives in the following like hour that you're there.
Then she'll meander on back.
Okay. Mission completed. Good work, soldier. All right. You head on back.
For the Empire. No.
Not exactly. Not exactly. All right. You drop it off, return to the party. Meanwhile, you guys back at the Aurora Hold. You guys meet up with some of the sort of NPCs we've seen on our travels and such. And, well, over the last few weeks, adventuring, battling all kinds of horrors out there, you've earned a decent amount of coin, something that could be spent. While Pazuzu is here in town as well, he brought some of his own newly minted and made items. In addition to powerful items that he offers, some of the things that were claimed by the army or the from different kinds of sources that Professor Wacko works with, we have a list of purchasable items we can get here. So, that said, you guys, if you're interested, I've got some magic items, a list of magic items for you guys, if you want to spend some of your hard-earned cash. If any of you had any plans on spending your coin otherwise, we can do that first, or we can do the magic items first to sort of show them off to see who's got what, and then you can decide how to spend your money. How does that sound?
Sure.
Okay. Friends, let us begin. Let us begin with items that are offered to us by Professor Wacko. Wacko has a few things that have been gathered that the army has sort of grabbed in their battles and such that have not found their owners yet, and she is, of course, offering these all at a great discount. For friends, of course. We'll start from the cheapest and climb our way up. So, that said, here are some of the items on offer. First thing that she shows off that was claimed is what looks to be a ear cuff of some sort, with an appearance of a golden dragon. This is the item that she offers for 150 gold. This Dragon's Call. This little ear cuff is nice and simple. You put it on your ear, it is not an attunement item, and you can now speak and understand Draconic. Very useful. Additionally, you gain +1 bonus to any charisma, intelligence, or wisdom checks that involves dragons. So history about them, charisma, talking to them, wisdom, I don't know, tracking them, I suppose. So yeah.
Yeah, me. I'll grab it.
Well, hold on. Let me read out the stuff, and then you can definitely grab it for sure, though. But yes, 150 gold, pretty cheap here. These guys, not a lot of dragons in these lands, so this is pretty cheap, and not a lot of people need this kind of an item. Next up, a alchemical concoction that our crazy professor was able to cook up. These 3 vials are something called Essence of Rage. This, my friends, each bottle is rage in a vial. It is a strange bubbling liquid that you can drink as a bonus action. When you do so, you enter a rage for 1 minute, very much so similar to the first level barbarian class feature, with one exception. If you would end your turn as a barbarian while raging without attacking someone or being attacked, your rage would sort of go away. This one is a little different. This one says if your turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile creature or taken damage, you take psychic damage. However, the rage continues. And as one final thing, you are able to even rage if you're wearing heavy armor. Rage is great, reduces the damage you take by half. It lets you do extra 2 points of damage on your melee attacks that use strength and all that. However, you can't do spells. You can't cast spells or concentrate on spells while you're mad. She has 3 of these potions. Each vial is worth 300 gold pieces. All right.
Ooh.
That is the item number 2, or items. Next up, we have a beautiful cloak crafted using Luxon's Dunamancy magic. This is the Time Shifter's Mantle. For 800 gold, this non-attunement item is quite lovely. If a large or smaller creature were to attack you, you can immediately use your reaction to move up to half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks. After which, the attacking creature's speed is reduced to 0 until the start of its next turn. A very simple kind of magic that can be used once per day only. So, you get hit once, you immediately run away. Really nice if the enemy has multiple attacks, and then you run away and they can't follow up to attack you. Pretty nifty. Doesn't match my getup, but fair enough.
I could paint it black.
That is the Time Shifter's Mantle. Next up, quite a unique item of great power. This over here is something called the Force Gauntlet. Getting kind of expensive here for 1,000 gold pieces. This gauntlet has multiple uses. 5 charges that recharge daily. And whenever you were to make a melee weapon attack against someone while with the hand wearing the gauntlet, you can expend 1 charge as part of the attack. The target immediately takes 2d6 extra force damage and must make a DC 15 strength save. On a fail, it is pushed 30 feet away from you. Boom, they go flying. However, if they succeed, you are pushed 30 feet away from the target instead. Anything that is like gargantuan or just 2 sizes larger than you will automatically succeed on this roll. This is your super power gauntlet punch attack, right? You punch an enemy, they take a little extra damage, and then just boom, go flying and away. It is a little unstable, of course, being able to knock you super far away, which can be very dangerous, but it could be nice. That, for 1,000 gold, is the Force Gauntlet. And finally, with symbols of light and Luxon on it, a breastplate. This magical breastplate armor is very specific. It can only be used by clerics or paladins. It is a +1 splint armor, so heavy armor here. Actually, it shouldn't say splint in there. That is I don't know why it says splint. It's called a breastplate. It should be a breastplate. Let me fix that in the post real fast. There we go. A breastplate, magical armor, a +1 breastplate, which is a medium armor. And when you wear it, you gain a special ability. It is an attunement item that says, once per day, as a bonus action, you can unleash powerful morning light from it. All other creatures within 10 feet of you must make a con save. On a fail, they become blinded until the end of your next turn. And if they're undead, they additionally have disadvantage on the save and take extra radiant damage from this effect. A powerful light effect that sort of detonates from you, possibly blinding your enemies. Breastplate of the Morning Light. Those are all the items that Wacko has to offer. However, currently in town, always as strange and suspicious to us, is our fiendish friend, Pazuzu. He has a different set of items to offer. However, his items are very expensive. However, still, he has a possibility of a discount, but it's gonna cost you. Friends, in these wastes, not many people can actually produce powerful magical items. The ones that we've already been offered are pretty great and somewhat affordable, I hope, with the money you guys have been making lately. However, stuff that is like very rare and legendary and out there is extremely difficult to get. In fact, you guys are thinking unless you find it in some ancient ruin or dungeon and such, it's going to be hard to find one without going through Pazuzu. He offers very expensive items. However, he's willing to reduce his prices, cut them in half even, if you make a pact with him. Nothing nefarious or devious, nothing where your soul will be siphoned away. He doesn't want your soul. Well, not all of it. Instead, Pazuzu will offer you all a deal. Any item that he has, he will offer for half price if you give him some of that delicious soul that you have. Mechanically speaking, you will get a half off price on the items that he will offer. However, as part of the deal, and I'll always explain how much that would be, you will also lose a certain amount hit points from your maximum hit points.
Damn.
These hit points cannot be returned through any magical means other than returning the item to Pazuzu, which he will happily take back and give you your part of your soul back, or if he dies. So, here are the items that he has to offer. He has the following. First are a set of pendants. 2 pendants. These he offers for a total price that says here as a sort of example item of what he's all about, without any additional payment of your soul's fragments and such. For 1,000 gold total, this pair of blood pact pendants can be yours. These are 2 very rare magical items. You grab them, you and your friend then perform a 1-minute ritual connecting your souls and destinies and forging a blood pact. When you do so, you both get to elect how many maximum hit points, minimum of 1, you're willing to give to this blood pact. Afterwards, if one of the individuals, if they are on the same plane of existence, were to die, fully die, not just like go unconscious, but fully die, they're immediately revived with 2d10 hit points plus twice the number of hit points previously sacrificed by the creature. When the first one of the creatures is revived in this way, the other creature immediately falls to 0 hit points and is knocked unconscious. A blood pact. Life for a life. This property ignores any effects that would save you from going to 0 hit points and such, and when this happens, both creatures' maximum hit points are returned to normal, as they were when they originally made this pact. Once the pact is ended in this way, the gems and the pendants crack and are no longer magical. For 1,000 gold, you get to save your friend's life. That's nothing. They do look kinda ominous, blood and all. That's the first item. This one requires no additional payment, no additional soul payment either. These are just blood pact pendants. Next up, what usually would be a price of 3,000 gold pieces that can be halved. This Crown of Deep Winter could be yours. You could pay 3,000 gold for it, or 1,507 hit points from your maximum hit points. and gain this beautiful crown. This crown has multiple abilities. First of all, it gives you resistance to cold damage. Second, once per day, you get to cast the Fire Shield spell, which will automatically sort of return damage to any attackers near you, which is quite nice. Finally, it has a special ability called Frozen Burst. When someone hits you with an attack within 10 feet, you can use a reaction to cause all creatures within 10 feet of you to take cold damage. Once you use that feature 3 times, it can't be used again until a long rest. This crown is extremely strong when it comes to returning damage to your enemies. It has multiple abilities to just sort of damage your attackers. I'm going to add it in the thing, in brackets, that says 1,500 plus 7 HP. So 7 HP would be gone from your maximum, but it would be considerably cheaper. Why did it say 7 HP? Okay, let's fix that. Next up, and this is where you know, like, all right, he's a weird little fiend guy, because the next thing he brings out, as he's like, check out this one, horrible, yawning, death demon face comes out. He brings forth the Infernal Aegis. This lovely shield is a face of hell itself. This Infernal Aegis is a +1 magical shield that gives you resistance to fire damage. For 5,000 gold, it has some special properties. It has 4 charges, also allowing you to cast Fire Shield, as well as Hellish Rebuke with it. This one is not only a magical shield, but it gives you that +1 increase as well. Very expensive, and for 2,500 gold, as well as 10 maximum hit points, it can be yours. Last but not least, the item that he has, he presents what looks to be a golden ring. It doesn't look like a ring you would wear around your hand, not for you guys, at least. It looks like it was a ring maybe for something much bigger. Apparently, a septum ring, a nose piercing of a minotaur. For 5,000 gold, or 2.5 plus 10 of your hit point maximum, you can have this incredible septum ring of the Great Minotaur. While you're attuned to it, your strength is increased by 2, up to a maximum of 22, and you have advantage on all strength checks. In addition, your carrying capacity is doubled, and you can perfectly recall any path you've traveled within the last 24 hours. These are Hell's best deals. Or so the little would-be goblin assures us.
That's not ominous at all.
All right, friends. In the notes and handouts, and then magic items, and then, as you've seen them before, in for sale folder, you will see 2 subfolders. We have wacko items, which are no strings attached. You just pay the money, item is yours. And then we have Pazuzu items, which are more expensive. However, we can get special discounts by, well, giving up a little bit of our soul. I mean, you weren't using all of it anyway, so...
If you buy something for Pazuzu and you take like the deal, right, for like half off, if
Yeah.
you come back later with the other half, can you buy back that part of your soul?
If you work out a deal like that with him like that, yeah, he's very much so interested. He's more than happy to make money. Money means he gets to make more things, and he's more than happy to add that clause to all of these agreements of like half now in some of my soul, and then half later, and I get my hit points back. Totally fine by him.
That's
After all,
intriguing.
He's on your side.
I still
he
don't have
smiles.
2,500 gold.
A lot of money.
That's
A lot of money.
intriguing.
But yes, here are the prices. Do we have anyone interested in any of the wacko items? The ear cuff, the potions of rage, the cloak, the time cloak, the force gauntlet, or the breastplate of light?
Her rage potions, actually.
Rage potions, okay. One of them is 300 gold pieces. They're very expensive. Apparently rage is not such an easy thing to emulate.
Right?
I would love that breastplate, but I can't wear it.
You can't?
No, I don't have strength for the wear that.
Breastplate is a medium armor. You don't need strength for breastplate.
You said it was heavy armor.
I think in the thing it was marked as wrong. In the armor it said splint, which is a heavy. But no, that was just a mistake in writing there. This is a medium armor. This is a breastplate.
This is where I'm gonna ask: does Wacko like me enough to A, give me a discount, and B,
These are already at discounts. That's why they're offered here to you guys. They're already sort of as low as they're willing to go.
My next question would be the 2 cracked gemstone eyes from the statue.
Mm-hmm.
What are they worth?
Oh, that's right. You haven't actually taken a moment to inspect those. Each of those gems is worth 250 gold pieces.
Really? Okay. So cards on the table. Alcina's gonna be like, look, I really want those. They seem very handy where we're going. I have these 2 big eyeballs and some gold. Think we could work something out?
She looks it over. Are you looking to basically exchange them instead of gold, or?
Yeah. So if the 2 big gemstones are worth 250, that's 500. I could give her the 300 gold belt as well, and then 100 gold on top of that, and buy all 3.
Okay, yeah, she's down with that. Absolutely.
Yep.
Happily, all 3 of the essence of rage potions are yours. Chuck those down as a bonus action, and you go wild. Very cool. I will put those in alchemy and consumables section.
Alchemical potions. Alcina likes drugs.
Reggae potion.
All right, well, she will go to. I have these scorpion poisons I picked up. Would you want these?
She sort of smiles, says, always interested in all kinds of weird poisons. Still working on a bunch of kind of ammunition that needs to be coated up, so hell yes. What kind of a scorpion are we talking here?
It was the ones that we fought, I think, to get those eggs, remember? We had to get her those eggs.
Oh, the unkegs.
Yeah.
They were like ant creatures. They were like big ant creatures. I know you guys also got attacked by scorpions when you were first heading down here.
I think those are it. I think those are the ones I have.
Gotcha. Yeah, those are gigantic desert scorpions. Yeah, she will happily take that. You took some time to carefully sort of collect that. She will give you 150 per dose that you have.
Because I have 3.
Dope. That's 450 gold for you.
Okay. Well, can I exchange one of these for the eating, and then I'll take the other 300, and I want that breastplate, please.
Absolutely. Okay, 150. One of them for the 150. She gives you the 300 gold, from the rest of the poisons, and then you give her 1,000 total for the breastplates. Okay, awesome. You have yourself the Dragon's Call and the. I'm gonna add this to the list of. Dragon's Call is gonna be in the miscellaneous folder. And the breastplate you have now is going to go into weapons and armor. Okay, awesome. This is a +1 breastplate. Jen, do you want me to add it to your character sheet, or you got it?
Can I just type it in and drag it?
Yeah, basically you can just drag in a breastplate +1, and then you can, in your inventory at the bottom, just change its name to breastplate of the morning lights. And I'll just have you, remember that it has this ability. I can make a little trait, little thing in your character sheet that just says, once per day, you can, go boom, blind people nearby, yeah?
She's more excited about the earring, because she's, so pumped to talk to the wyvern now. She's like, I could totally talk to him now, because I have this earring.
I will mention, Varen did mention last time that, the thing doesn't, Red, he doesn't speak. He understands Draconic, that's how they communicate, but he doesn't actually, as a wyvern creature, he doesn't actually speak Draconic. He just understands.
She was so scared that she was going to fuck up saying the wrong words, because she doesn't know how to speak Draconic.
There you go, perfect. You have your earring here and your breastplate. How's that AC looking now for Ayla?
It just says it's just a +1, right?
+1 breastplate, yes.
I just gotta move it over.
And remember to also unclick the other armor that you're currently using. If you need some help, let me know.
And just what was it called again? I have to type it in.
It is Breastplate of the Morning Light. Do you want me to make a little thing in your character sheet as part of your like features and traits that's like, this is what it does. This is that like blinding ability.
Yeah, when I type in breastplate of morning, it doesn't pop anything.
Oh no, that doesn't. It's not gonna pop out like that. If you just type in breastplates, one word breastplate. If you type it in, it'll give you a bunch of different breastplates. You just want the +1 and drag it into your character sheet, and then just rename it in your inventory to be, because there's not going to be a breastplate of the morning light in there. That's just the one that I have here. It's a homebrew item that I have in the game here. It's not going to be in the compendium.
Looks like it's 18 now. I'm 18.
Ooh, 18. Is that with or without a shield?
You know, she has a shield, but I think I have to press it, right?
No, it is enabled right now. It should be. That's breastplate is a what's it called? A armor that gives you a 14 default AC. This is a +1, so 15 plus your dex of 1, right, to 16, and then plus your shield to a 17 total. And then with your shield spell, you can go even further than that.
Okay, so it is only 18 then.
18's pretty good. That's already an upgrade for you. Plus, this is a magical armor, so that's nice. Okay, there we go. Good stuff. Excellent. Looking at the stuff that Wacko still has, anyone interested in the Force Gauntlet or the Time Shifter's Mantle? Mantle, if nothing else, is not an attunement item, which is nice. Just helps you sort of run away from an enemy once per day. And the Gauntlet is just you punt enemies away. They go flying. Or you go flying if you're unlucky. Alright. No takers. Do we have anyone interested in Pazuzu items? The Blood-Pact Pendants, the Crown of Deep Winter, the Infernal Aegis, or the Septum Ring of the Great Minotaur.
Septum Ring's pretty fucking cool, but damn it. 10 HP is a lot.
10 HP is a lot.
You have so much, though.
Yeah, I do have a lot. But
I like it that way.
Exactly. I like it that way.
All right, I don't think we got.
I would say even on like a 50% discount, it's still 2,500. That's still like more than
Very rare magic items. They're very expensive. All right. I don't think we got any takers on these. So I think that's gonna do it for shopping. So that said, those items are gonna be sitting in there for quite some time. And as a quick mention, if you guys, while you won't be able to buy any of the Wacko items, if any of you on your travels want to buy any of these Pazuzu items, Alondra, you have a way of summoning him. Or at least like showing up in his little realm through the mist door. So if you guys ever need a shopping on the go, you know how to get to him. Okay. Is there any other shopping to just sort of get it out of the way we wanted to do here in Asarius overall? Any normal, mundane stuff you guys were looking to buy? Any other mounts or pets or anything of any sort?
So Alondra totally was eyeing that dragon's earring. Because she's like, oh, it's so cute. You know, not for any practical purpose. But
Just looks
because
cool.
It looks cool and it matches her gold earrings that she already has. She's like, wait to go get one, and she goes to try to find one.
Oh, you want another one?
Just not does that? It could be non.
Oh, just
be like,
jewelry. That's the piece of jewelry. Okay,
yes.
okay. Well, there is a few individuals that pass on through. There's no like jewel crafter store in Asari. Asari is a wild place. However, there's people that go on by very often. Zach, why don't you roll me a D100? We'll say on a 71 or above, you find a traveling, like a jewel crafter merchant who might have some fancy jewelry of similar kind.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, you don't find anyone around of any special stuff like that. You find a lot of these like goblin folk try to peddle you like, look at this bone necklace. You love this. This is dope. I skinned this off of a living Otiuk. We took it out of his spine as it was running away. You want to buy 2 silver? You want to buy? And he's just jingling these like bone
I have
necklaces.
standards.
Whatever. Your loss as they sort of march away. Yeah, a lot of like tribal style jewelry and headdresses and stuff like that. Not a lot of actual gold gems and such.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else? Anything else?
Yeah, sorry, my cat was fucking scratching me.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I want to get. I want to make gift baskets for these orcs. She wants to like learn about the orcs and like what they would like because she wants to go there with like a positive. You know, she knows that we have to try to get them on our side, but she doesn't want to go in there with the same mindset as Olare or whatever her name is. She wants to go in there with like things that she thinks maybe that they would like, especially the druids. She wants to get like seeds and things like that they can grow like teas and things like that they probably don't have there that we have here. She wants to kind of just make like gift packages for like the 2 different types of plants. She doesn't know anything about that, so she's gonna try to figure it out.
Can Odo join Ayla on that?
I suppose, yeah. You guys go do a little shopping here. Odo, are you looking for anything particular?
I like Ayla's idea. I'm just gonna go along with her.
Gotcha. Yeah, the 2 of you sort of head on out onto Asarius, and you find, a lot of people here have mostly kind of given up on farming and herbalism and stuff like that. The land is simply not fertile. It grows nothing. Everything dies out here. It's really rough living. They've been relying on catching like different kinds of fish that live in these lakes and such. When it comes to seeds and such, you do find a few different kinds. But there are different usually kinds of sort of like barbed bushes or cacti plants and stuff like that. Stuff that survives out here in the wasteland. Ayla, you could absolutely get some seeds here. It's not even going to cost you that much. It's going to be like 2 copper pieces for a little bag of seeds of these like either thorny bushes or the cacti. If you're looking for seeds.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything that I think they would like? Like, I don't know, like, I don't want to like ask Morgana because I know she's from the woods and stuff. I don't want to be like
she's from
like,
the
you know,
woods
stereotyping her, but like I would probably ask her, like, what do you think they would like the druids? Like, I know you like the woods and stuff and sticks, but I feel like that's so. I don't want to get them a whole bunch of sticks. I think that's terrible.
You're saying that I like sticks? Where am I?
You said you like sticks and you like to take your teeth out and things like that. Is that things?
What is a stick to a tooth? I can take my tooth out. That doesn't mean I like sticks. I don't see how the 2 are related.
You like teas and things like that. That's what I mean.
You mean plants? Like herbs?
Yeah, plants. Yeah, you go.
All right. Who is this for again?
The druids, the drobe ones, not the ones that you know, Zoria wants to kill. The other ones, the ones that are more druid types.
Who is she talking of?
The Dolorovs. The Dolorovs.
Yes, there's 2 tribes that live in Moorlands, and it's these Dolorav who are these like apparently warrior shamans.
No, that's fine, but she's just so confused.
They're not really druids. They're barbarian, strongest survived tribe.
Well, I feel like Zoria talked about it, and she's just like, Morgana's very confused because she doesn't remember hearing about druids. So I don't know who you're talking about, but I mean, if you are talking about druids of some sort, I mean, Aren't all those people partially druids?
Yes, but we're not going all the way down there. We're going.
Oh, I guess since I'm a stick lover, I would say
You came to me with the painting because I'm painting, and I'm coming to you for things like this. I don't know what to get them.
well, I mean, based on their culture, I guess what would something that they can't make themselves, I suppose.
Why don't you guys make me history rolls, both of you, to be like, put our heads together here. Let's think about this. What would this these? And when I say like warrior shamans, shaman in a sense of like worshiping, well, not worshiping, but like believing in like animal spirits, kind of like you have bear barbarians, right? Align themselves to a certain kind of animal spirit. Okay. Yeah, Ayla and Morgana, both of you kind of come to a conclusion of like maybe like wooden carvings of like animals, of like nature, like natural aspects of nature, or something like that, like carvings made of wood or carved in stone, like made to appear like, or maybe even painting. Made to that of some sort of like an animal spirit of some sort.
Odo will start making some.
That's wonderful. And then she will try to paint anything, like kind of like art that would she would like look at them and try to like make as much like maybe canvas art of that kind of stuff, the animals. And then she doesn't know anything about the other group at all. I guess are they part of the same thing? They're just two different tribes?
No, that's a whole different. I'll say, but with the history rolls you guys have did here for combined sort of efforts thinking on the moorlands. Oh, also, Ayla, go ahead and give me a little art supplies rolls. Your paint supplies roll here to.
What do I use? What do I use for this?
You can use dexterity for precision. You can use charisma for just like the beauty of it. Wisdom if you wanted to have some sort of higher and deeper meaning, perhaps. Strength if you want to punch through the canvas.
No, she wanted to have like deeper meaning to it.
Okay, 13. 13 is solid. You paint multiple sort of animalistic spirits in wilderness and such, and it's good. It's not your best work ever, but it's good. Excellent. Thinking on the other side of the coin, the Koshtask are the most orky orcs you can ever imagine. Koshtask are one of the first and still existing, only still existing, orcish tribes or nations that reveres what they believe, of course, to be their creator god, Grumsh, the god of unbridled rage, of unhinged violence. Of murder and not murder and like premeditated murder in killing without cause, and the only cause worth living being killing. They are berserkers. It is sort of like known that they go into like battle trances where they just sort of like lose control over themselves, often cleaving down their own allies. However, that is seen as a positive thing in their society. Cleaving through your best friend's guts while you're in this like deep frenzy is believed to be a sign from this god Grumsh of theirs that you are indeed meant to be a higher warrior, a chosen, a one-eyed, as they're often referred, and as a part of their belief in this god Grumsh, and as a cleric, Ayla, you would know this, a lot of them tear one of their eyes out as a worship to their god, and where most people would be like, wow, that's fanatical and almost culty and kind of crazy. Why would you do that? That's what the craziest thing is. Their god fully approves of this, and a lot of them that choose to remove their eye actually do gain magical powers, like clerical abilities to like cast spells and such. They are berserkers. They are warriors, unmatched, and with a 25 with the guidance, I'll say there, Ayla, the word on the wind across the wasteland is that they're winning. over the last multitudes of decades that these Dolarav and Koshtask have been warring, in the recent last few years, the Koshtask are starting to slowly surround the Dolarav. People are expecting, like, within the next, I don't know, a year, maybe 5, this whole conflict might just be over, and these murder orcs might just win.
All right. Well, knowing that.
Now,
know what they
you
might like?
yourself, I'll say, Ayla, you being a good individual and such, I don't think, you tell me, but does Ayla believe that someone can be absolutely irredeemably evil?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ayla probably does not.
Okay. Yeah.
She doesn't
That's-
think that
that's what I
way
figured.
about people. But she is worried because she would not know how to like interact with someone who's that bloodlust type of people.
Oh,
You could give me. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I actually do know about this one.
I'm not surprised, this makes me a bit uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, I suppose if you're not around it a lot, but these sort of people want something that's in line with what they like. You're probably not going to like it, but I mean, you could give them a Alondra. They'd probably be happy
I
to.
cannot give them Alondra. I can't do that.
Are you certain?
You can if you close your eyes.
Look, I can't do that,
No.
Odo downstairs, like we pan the camera down, we see Odo working on a little wooden carving. Yeah, Odo, absolutely. Give me a little wood carving tools. Same thing. If you want charisma for the beauty, dexterity for the precision of it, you can do wisdom for like deeper meaning, or strength to break it in half. Strength doesn't have a lot of uses when it comes to like crafting, other than like smithing, maybe mason's tools and such. But yeah, you can't. Ooh, nice. Odo, what kind of an animal spirit do you carve?
Do we know what kind of animal spirits the druids follow or worship over there?
Once again, they're sort of like totem barbarian kind of warriors. So typical totem barbarian spirits, like
bear, wolf.
Bear, wolf, tiger, eagle, elk. Some of them were like a badger. There's badger as well. There's wolverine, stuff like that.
Go with a bear and a wolf.
Bear and a wolf. Okay, awesome. Are they in a singular carving?
Yeah, I think
Like
so.
are they part of the same?
Like they're
awesome.
standing
And
guard.
Okay, gotcha. Awesome. You have a amazingly made wooden carving for the event, for the occasion. Awesome.
Do we get like a sense of like we're better off like talking to the Dolarav and maybe convincing them that maybe we can aid them, so that way we can maybe give them more of a fighting chance?
Yeah, from the information that you've learned from Captain Ray and Task and Varen, the Dolarav were always like, don't tell us your religion. We don't care about your religion. Fuck off. Just leave us alone. We want to be left alone. We are out here living on our own, and we don't need any of your. Don't give us your religion. We don't want your stupid religion, right? That was their whole like deal. They just want to be left alone, mostly. However, these other guys, the orcs, are like, hey, give me your bones, man. You don't look like you're using your bones. Give me your bones. They're just like crazy, insane, want to murder you and take everything you have. So yeah. But once again, the reason I asked before for Ayla, like, does Ayla believe that someone can be like truly completely evil? Is I mean, Ayla, yeah, all these stories of like this god is like, they believe deeply in this god, and that's like generational at this point, where they're gonna be so deep within that sense of like, I kill for my god because my god is right. I think Ayla, it comes to your mind that like, man, if I could sit with one of them without them trying to like rip my heart out, I bet that I could make them like understand and see that there is more to life than just violence. There is definitely more to life than just mindless violence, and I refuse to believe that they just would spit in my face and refuse to even hear a word that I have to say. Right?
Yeah, she's more in the positive.
That is.
She's more in the positive aspect that she thinks that she can. She doesn't ever think that someone can never be, she cannot talk to somebody. She doesn't have that kind of perspective of people. To be fair, she doesn't have much interaction with many people, so she never really thinks that way. She would be like optimistic and be like, They're gonna love this gift basket. It's just gonna keep making, you know.
I think the rest of you guys think on it. You yourself, Morgana, you think like, I don't know, man. If you want to impress these crazy murder people, murder the biggest guy of their group. Just walk up and murder the biggest guy.
Odo's got that.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
I just want to say, like, I really appreciate Ayla's optimism, given the fact she just watched them massacre the mini host
I
of
know.
Igathod.
yeah.
I'll bring him a gift basket. Like,
Well, because they want us to be diplomatic, right? We did not want them to. They said they did not want us to go to war. They can't afford for us to fight, and then they will lose so many people going to Doomeran, right? So she understands that they need to like have the forces to be able to go to Doomeran, and she understands that that is the purpose, to make sure that people get there safely.
Now, just to clarify, it doesn't necessarily mean like you have to negotiate and figure out a way to make peace with these obviously murderous people. Only thing they ask for is like, you know, help us make our way through it, be it by diplomacy and, you know, like conversing with these people, either of the tribes, and agreeing with them, like, we're just going to pass on through here. We're not going to touch your stuff. We're just going to pass on through here. We're going for a bigger fish. Or, if they're not willing to work with us, maybe sabotage them somehow. Maybe not just go full out into war with them, but yeah, keep them occupied or busy elsewhere while the army passes on through.
And why was the army passing through? We're going to
We're going to this location. Yes, there is this ancient dark citadel called Doomeran. Apparently within it, the last remaining infectious wound on this side of the continent remains. A place where Lolth, worshipping Drow, Lolth being the goddess of deception and jealousy, who used to be the dominant overlord of everyone of these like dark elven people of the Xhorhas. After these elves sort of broke away and started worshipping this Luxon, this Lolth goddess has been trying to sort of destroy them ever since, for hundreds of years now. And it seems that this Shadow Fae person is working with these guys, and we're going over there, or Varen is leading an army over there to just bury it all, destroy the whole citadel, kill the rest of these like traitors who are plotting against the rest of their kingdom, and make sure no one stabs us in the back while a war is slowly culminating in the west. So yeah, that's why we're going. We're going to destroy an evil citadel of these evil god worshippers.
Like, she don't understands the whole purpose of the Yggdrathod thing. Is that she thought we were going in there for war, and when she realized that they weren't trying to get us there safely, peacefully, she realized that we had to change tactics. Mm-hmm. And she, you know, she wants to go there and remind them that they're all part of Xhorhas, whether they're part of the Kryn dynasty or not, and that this thing that's happening in Doomeran will affect everyone, even them, because of how close it is. So they may think that we're the enemy, but these people are probably way worse and will probably destroy their lands versus in just allowing us to go in there. So she understands that they fucked up Yggdrathod and killed a lot of innocent people. But she's hoping that maybe she can like turn the tide and change their view that we're not the enemy, right? And that's her perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Beautifully naive. I love her.
I know, yeah, that's how she is.
Hell yeah. As you ponder on this, while you sort of like have your hand on the side of this giant dragon mount that you now have, that's just sort of looking around. Every time someone approaches you, Ayla, now that you've spent some time sort of bonding to it, Red sort of like hisses and snaps at anyone passing by, even some of your party members, to like back away from you. He's very sort of like protective of a mount. It's got a bite to him. Scary guy.
And we want everyone can fit on him, right? He's not gonna like get hurt by all of us.
He's a large creature, which means realistically up to 2 people can ride on him without any like encumbrance or slowing him down or stuff like that. So?
I want to say this entire time that they're thinking about, oh, what would they like? You know, Alondra just hits up the library to do research.
Okay. You can totally borrow some of the Wacko's sort of archive here. It's only the real sort of library in the entirety of Asarius. For sure. While they're preparing means of diplomacy, what is Alondra researching?
Well, she'd want to research these tribes to figure out literally all these things they're surmising.
Gotcha.
No.
Absolutely.
Because I have the scholar's cap, so I'm trying to like just.
Ooh, nice. Go ahead and give me a history roll here. Wacko will give you a help action.
History. Natural 20.
Oh my god, a 30, a nearly impossible challenge here. Okay, incredible. You learn whatever wealth of knowledge that Wacko, rest of Den Olios here has to offer. First of all, about the Dollaraf. All records indicate that they are not actually like violent people, that they are just people who want to be left alone. However, this is not something that works with the Kryn Dynasty. Kryn Dynasty is trying to bring everyone into one sort of one united nation over here. And of course, that is not exactly working with these people. They have these ancient spirits they worship. And the way you're sort of surmising it, these ancient spirits, they're associating to like aspects of like Cord, the god of like bravery in battle, some aspects of like Melora, the goddess of nature, different aspects of different of these like beast entities are believed to be sort of like connected to the whole religion. They don't really have a god they worship whatsoever, but instead these like aspects, like minor fragments that they perceive as sometimes like beastly, right, and natural from other gods. A leader of theirs, you learn from the information, has a title of Sky Spear. Apparently, someone with the connection to a flying spirit, like an eagle spirit or like an owl spirit or something of the sort. Some sort of a flying animal spirit. And their title is that of Sky Spear. You learn that they are there we go, Sky Spirit, that's the title of the leader. They are ruled and sort of dominant figures in their society are women, mostly. There are men that exist amongst them, but they are not seen as like second class or second rate citizens or anything like that. However, women are believed to be the ones in power, making decisions and such. It's very unique how they work. Apparently, there's like they all have, love, community, and all that. However, who you are meant to be with is not decided by you. It is decided by your leaders and elders. They decide who's marrying who's gonna be be like partners with who for the rest of their lives and such things. Some of them know how to use like earth magic, and especially like using magic of the swamp to survive and go by. A lot of them are like warriors and rangers and that type of stuff. You'll rarely find any one of them who's not like combat capable. However, the truth is they're losing. They're losing the battle. They are human, mostly human, some like half-elves and such, mixed tribe races and such. Orcs on the Kosh task are just orcs, and orcs both breed, live, and die faster. So, yeah, it makes sense to you that over the last like 2-3 decades they've been fighting. They're slowly losing because orcs just multiply faster. On the other hand, you learn about these Koshtask, worshipping the god Ruiner or Grumsh One-Eyed. They believe that strength and might makes right. If you have an argument with someone, it is perfectly valid for you to kill them. If you kill them, your argument was more valid. You were right. You think to yourself, like, that's incredible. If someone starts talking shit to me and I decapitate them, the rest of them are going to be like, well, okay, now we got to, like, this person was like, they had some point enough, right? You hear that they have a special ritual. It is not a secret that these orcs capture people slaves and such. However, while there are some rumors of like what do they do to these slaves, you never hear about them actually sort of like just killing their captured people outright. In fact, there's one case that mentions one of these Aurora Guardsmen who was captured and escaped, that instead, whoever they capture, they bring to some sort of a war camp or of like their chieftain's camp where their chief lives. And they bring you down to some sort of a arena where you fight for your life. Apparently not anyone that is mentioned in these books has ever survived. Only this one guard that has managed to come back has survived, and he was like pretty brutalized and injured and roughed up. Apparently there's some sort of an arena. In fact, it is said with a natural 20 for a 30 total, if you are able to communicate with them, Orcish or any other language they would be able to talk, and a battle was to ensue, as a foreigner to their lands, you could, or should hopefully, be able to call upon this challenge to be taken to this arena to fight for your life, rather than being in like an open battle with them in the middle of a forest somewhere. You don't learn, like, the wording, what you're supposed to say to invoke this challenge, but you learn that there is some sort of a way to invoke this challenge to be like, wait, no, don't fight. I invoke
Right. Okay.
kill move time, whatever it's called, right? Yeah.
And
Also, I will say, one last thing you learn, their leader of these Kosh task is someone called Araki Firehand.
Okay.
Sorry, not Flame Hand, but yes.
Do I get a sense that if we like prove ourselves in the arena, like, I have no idea what kind of privileges that gains or anything, because nobody's like, this never happened. So.
Yeah. Apparently, this one guard has sort of survived, and he returned. He returned out here through the wastes and such. I mean, the wastes sort of fucked him up on the way here, but if you win, what he asked for, at least what he says, is like, I want to be free. I want to leave. All my friends are dead. Everyone here is dead. I just want to be free. Please, just let me go. And they were like, all right, you're free to go. They didn't give him any special services of escorting him or anything. Just kicked him out, and he left.
Hypothetically, in knowing their society, if someone was to take out Araki Flamehand, they would be the right person.
Technically, yes. If you were to challenge or dispute the leader or on some sort of a matter and defeat him in combat, that would mean you are more favored in the eyes of Grunsh, their god.
And how powerful? Does it say anything about this Araki Flamehand guy?
Only thing that's mentioned is that he's been the war chief for the last 12 years. You think to yourself, like, okay, whatever, that's not that crazy. And then you, like, read up on some, like, Orcish tribes and, like, living situations in these, like Grunsh worshipping tribes and such. Normal rule a chieftain has within a tribe is anywhere from 2 to 6 months.
Okay, yeah.
They get murdered afterwards. Yeah. He is like some sort of a monster, right? And he's probably the reason why these like attacks against these Dolorav have been more successful, and over the last decade they've been dwindling them down. Yeah?
Okay. All right. This is valuable information.
But you realize, like, if I cut his head off, Grunsh is going to be like, hey,
the ball.
That was dope. I love you. Right? So, yeah, you realize, like, okay, I got to aim for the head. However, one thing you would know about this whole, like, religion of theirs, like, they don't believe in sneak attacks. If you stab someone from the back, they're going to, doesn't matter what your argument is. That is dishonorable. They have that twisted sense of honor, like, I'll butcher you and pull your guts out. But if you stab me in the back, you're a bitch. That's not fair, man. That's right. So yeah. Okay, that's all the info you gather. You write down a bunch in your notebooks and such, and Wacko sort of looks you over and says, hope that was helpful. That's all we got, honestly. Those folk don't let a lot of our cartographers move through their lands unbisected.
Do you have a map of where they're located?
Well, not really. We have the general map of the area and such, but I mean, other than that, everything's just sort of like a brown mess of tangles, weeds, vines, and carcasses of animals.
Do you know, like, where their main camp is potentially? I'm just curious.
No, not really. Unfortunately, that's the problem. Both of these tribes are sort of nomadic. They kind of move all the time because they fight for land all the time, so they replace these encampments often. But it is known that the western, on the map left, western side of the moorlands is largely in the possession of the Koshtask, while the east and southeast is under Dolarav control.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you, Wacko.
Yeah,
always a pleasure.
Of course. Listen, if you and your friends are looking to use big ol' swamp shell to get there, I definitely suggest going down the Seepfeed River. Although, you should be careful. There's been some mentions from scout reports that those banshees showing up attacking people, draining your years of life.
Banshees. What do I know about banshees?
Banshee, you would know banshees. Banshees, funny enough, are mostly elven in nature. They're elven, usually women spirits, who scream so hard your heart stops. They are, like you see them. It is that horrifying visage they have that if you see them eye to eye, your heart might just stop from the horror of it. In fact, you think to yourself, Alondra, with like how powerful you are and how banshees are usually believed to be elven bards and minstrels. If you were to die to some sort of horrible demon or something, you might become a banshee.
Oh wow!
Elven minstrels and bards.
Them.
Scream of death, music to your ears. All right, but yeah, you learned that like banshees, some elven bards died along the river sometime. If we're gonna take the river, that might be a problem at some point.
All right, I will skip back to the group.
Gotcha. You make your way back as you see some paintings and wood carvings being worked on.
Real quick, can Odo go purchase that force gauntlet?
Purchase what? Sorry?
The force gauntlets.
Oh, the force gauntlet. Awesome. Yes, absolutely.
I was looking for money. I was like, I don't have enough, but wait, I have a gold bow that's worth 100 gold, so I can use that. That'll get me where I need.
Okay, you have yourself your force gauntlet. You slap this thing on, and 5 times a day you can do a little extra force damage and shunt an enemy away. Now, you are a small creature, which means that anyone who is large, aka 2 sizes larger than you, so large size, will automatically succeed on the saving throw. However, you start sort of thinking to yourself, this might have some like utility uses as well. Maybe it's not the worst thing if I push myself away from the enemy. The best part is, though, the force damage that it does, that is not tied to a save. You just do the damage. You do damage, can't be reduced in any way, and then they make a save to either be pushed or you to go flying away. Okay, I'm going to add this to the miscellaneous pile of items. This, keep in mind, is a attunement.
And that uses up the last of my attunement slots.
Okay, the force gauntlet is in. Pretty big push, too. It's 30 feet shove. Okay, yeah. Boom. There we go. Excellent. Okay. You all gather. Is there anything else that evening you guys wanted to chat about, do, prepare, or do we jump over to the next day and begin our journey to the moorlands?
I have to ask, do you all trust me enough to let me buy you dinner?
You can buy me dinner.
I mean, even if I didn't, you could just... I wouldn't say no to a free dinner.
just asking. Anyways, if you want, I figured we could all go out. Last, maybe a good meal before we march off to, I don't know, die in the Underdark, it sounds like.
No, we're not gonna die down there.
There's worse place to die.
We could die. We'll see.
Alondra,
What the
I
hell,
don't think
guys?
like
We
that.
ain't dying.
It's right. So it's like a Zimnian tradition, right? You have dinner before you march off into battle, simply because it could be the last time you actually get to have something good. It's sort of like how like if you say something you jinx yourself and it'll happen, right? Like it's like, oh, I'm gonna buy dinner, the last one I have before I die. That way it doesn't happen.
You didn't strike me as a superstitious type.
I think that's pretty similar to back home, except you don't want to know what we eat for dinner. I'll probably leave that part out.
No, I
Judging
want
by
to
your color
know.
scheme, probably people.
No, I want to know what you eat. What do you eat, Morgana? You have to tell me now.
I don't think such a thing is really good for your ears, Ayla.
Okay.
Let's just go. Let's go eat, right? I'm no offense to the people here. I'm sure some of it is probably very questionable as well. So
I mean, I didn't know what it was, if that makes it any better.
I'm just going to go. If you all want to follow, that would be great.
Morgana's actually smiling.
Okay, I could definitely use supper and dinner.
And no, although your people eat a lot of food, how
What?
are you not starving here?
What do you mean supper and dinner? Like they're both the same meal.
Well, you see, you start with supper, and then you just take a while, and then you get dinner, right?
You guys look at this little guy like, where do you fit it all, man? God damn.
No. So I wake up in the morning. I have breakfast. A few hours later, around midday, I have lunch, and then a few hours after that, sun starts going down. I have dinner, and that's it. And then I don't eat again until the following morning.
Odo
Notice
inspects.
we eat together.
Odo inspects everybody and like, how are you guys not twigs?
I mean, I am.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, we're
for
on the
yourself.
twig thing again.
You got to keep your shape, Odo.
As you guys head on down, you do
Anyway.
find a little tavern here. There is a little spot at the very corner of the place where you guys are staying underneath the Overwatch. It's a little place called Battle Cry, and you guys enter on in. You hear immediately some movement as you see there is a bunch of orcs just fighting. There, one of half orc picks up a full orc, throws him out the window. As we see like a big minotaur guy enter, like enough of that, enough fighting in the tavern. As they sort of gather here, you see them sort of splitting up a fight here. A group of gnolls walks up and sits down. You see two Swarfniblin, these deep gnomes. Sit on down, start playing some cards. Off in the corner, you can see a woman of like pale expression, almost undead looking, with these hollow kind of black eyes and horns, like a tiefling of some sort, but like extremely undead and pale looking. Sits in one corner, just sort of by herself there. Off in another corner, a group of drow are sitting enjoying some evening drinks, while multiple tables filled with goblins and bugbears sit around, play music, laugh along, and just sort of have a good time. As you guys sort of enter on in, you see approaching you is another, what looks to be a tiefling woman. Very much so, kind of big smile on her face, excited to see new customers, says, welcome, welcome to the Battle Cry. This might just be your last meal, so better make it a big one or a great one. Hell, might as well throw a few drinks in. My name is Promise, and I promise this will be a night to remember. So, what can I get you?
Alcina just looks to the others. Whatever you want. It was the last job was actually quite successful for me, so have at it. And then she looks to Promise. I'll have whatever your most expensive like steak is, and a really good drink to go with it.
She sort of raised an eyebrow. Steak? My oh my, how fancy. I'm afraid we don't have much anything in the means of steak. How about a mastodon corundle? It's a grilled mastodon served with some sunless corun. It's a vegetable that grows in Rosona's sunless gardens, served with rice.
Yeah, that sounds delicious. I think. Yeah, I'll have that.
Excellent.
I'll have that what she's having, but can you make my meat very, very rare?
Very rare, easily, very well. Looks amongst the group, says, other than that, we have some grilled yuyo, which is a vegetable deal with spiced, with very flaming hot spices. Of course, served with rice. You'll notice a lot of these things are served with rice. We also have some rizukal. It's sautéed rice noodles, some hearty mushrooms, and giant spider legs, fried, of course. We also perhaps have some kinespaji salad, sort of a soup made of mushrooms and veggies and boiled spit of horizonback turtles.
Odo unabashedly orders one of each.
Absolutely. Great choice.
I'll do the one that is the vegetable and rice only, please.
Vegetable and rice. That's grilled yuyo, of course.
And Promise, what do you recommend?
I recommend maybe a meal, a few drinks, and we'll see where the night takes us afterwards.
Alondra's kind of twirling her hair.
She smiles back at you, sort of adjusts her little kind of like apron she has, says, but perhaps I would say go for the mastodon. The grilled mastodon is quite lovely. Yeah?
Sounds good.
All right.
Oh, I'd like some ale too.
Ale, of course. Very well.
You have hot chocolate here?
No, but we do have some umarindali. It's a rice pudding topped with some spiced gooseberry jam.
Okay, I'll have that. I'll have that too.
You guys are quickly realizing, like, wow, a lot of rice. They use a lot of rice. And then you look around yourself at the wasteland like, well, okay, yeah. All right, excellent. She looks amongst all of you, says, all right. Any additional orders? Drinks will be aplenty. Hell, throw me another gold coin and there'll be plenty still.
I'll flip her a gold coin extra.
She grabs it, gives you a wink, and tucks it into her cleavage and says, I'll be right back. And she'll go back and she'll bring you your food, and your drinks are just going to keep coming the whole night. Altogether, Alcina, are you looking to, like, buy for the whole group, or?
Yeah, she said she'd pay for the whole group, pay for, like, basically like a big party for the night.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be a total of 8 gold pieces for, like, full meals for everyone and just, like, non-stop drinks.
So Odo ordered, like, one of everything. What's the price actually going to be?
Sorry, what was that?
Odo ordered one of everything.
Yeah, that's 8 gold pieces. The food is not that crazy expensive.
Odo will offer Alcina, like, 4 gold for his portion.
No, she refuses. No.
Okay, good.
She said she'd pay for everything. Huh?
He only has 9 gold.
Because I only have 9. Wow.
All right.
Morgana's
for
gonna look
drinks-
at sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
she's gonna look at Alcina. So if we don't die, I owe you the money, right?
No, you don't. Like I said, it's simply a tradition where I am from. That before you get to go out, you sit down and you have a good meal and you have fun, and talk with your friends, laugh, make light of everything. There's no expectation of compensation after the fact. I mean, other than, watch my back, I watch yours.
So it's a gift.
No, I mean,
No,
it's,
you're watching her back. It's not a gift. It's a exchange.
It's not really an exchange. It's. Do you all have friends where you come from?
She doesn't like
I've got a
people to
friend.
owe people things. Just let her pay for it.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. You don't owe me anything other than like we're friends. You do
No,
what.
Morgana does not do that. No.
Okay, well I do that, and like
You just said that. I'm watching your back. That is the payment.
but it's not. It's not like a payment. It's just what you do for your friends, right? It's
No,
no. Hold on.
Alcina, I
Hold on.
tried to explain to her, Alcina.
No, I got this.
A
I
while.
got this. It
Mm.
probably it might. So there's no how to put it. You don't do it because that is what is expected of you. You do it because you want to. That's what it means to be a friend with someone. You don't help them with the thought of getting anything out of it. You don't give them something with the thought of getting anything in return. You don't enter into exchanges with them expecting repayment. You just do it because you want to. And in that, it feels good, I guess.
Is this like a purely human thing?
Morgana, you're thinking to yourself like, doesn't check out. It's a trick. Doesn't check out.
I try to tell Alcina, it's got a little while. She'll get it eventually.
I think the two of you are just very naive.
Oh, no, that's how it is, Morgana.
Oh, how old are you?
Well, I tell people I'm 31 because if you say the real elf age, they get all freaked out.
I bet you haven't even seen your first century yet.
I have. How dare you?
She does not look convinced.
Have you know, I am the oldest of the three of us in my family, okay?
Alcina just shares a look with Odo, like,
That's the problem with elves. They all look
Odo
20.
sips.
At all times, they look 20.
I just, I was stuck in the one place all my life. So I'm not very, I don't know what the word is,
Well traveled.
I am. I was stuck in one place for many, many years.
You're not very well traveled, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yes.
I'm
In my
34 for what it matters.
Hey! Well, you're not the same age, but I'm 31 in human years.
No, you're 131 in human years. We count one at a time. We don't give leeway. It's it's one for one. 1 year is one.
I never really realized that there was a conversion ratio. Is there a
But
conversion ratio? I know
there's
100's
not.
like
There
an
is for
adult.
me, okay? I don't want to
I-
say how 100 and something years. That sounds very old.
I mean, so, all right. I'm almost to the middle of my lifespan. Right? Humans, we're lucky if we reach like 76.
So young.
I mean, we're not a very long-lived race. I mean, but we, I believe, are capable of seeing the beauty in things much more than other people. And the reason is because our time here is so finite. We don't take anything for granted.
I
Hey,
like to
Sam,
think
you
I
take
don't
things for
either.
granted?
I don't either.
Well, I mean, you don't yet. I've met and I've talked with and had the pleasure of being friends with very long-lived elves that are up in like their 300s, 400s, and so on. After a certain point, there's a disconnect, and they admit to it. I mean, you're still, by your people's standards, relatively young. So, I mean, there's still time for that. I mean, I would imagine that if I could live for, at least 200 years, I would still look at things the exact same way that I do, but 300, 400, 500, after watching several generations of everybody else die, kind of start to realize you're a bit different after that.
I think it depends on where you live.
Exactly. I was about to say, when everybody else has the same lifespan as you, it's,
And I
Well,
have to say, all those years.
welcome to the
Not always
material
fine.
plane where we all have much shorter lifespans on average.
I thought this was supposed to be a party. Why are you talking about depressing stuff?
I was gonna say, at this point, an elf, like a dark elf, walks by with his friends, like, I'm 900 years old. He looks 20. He walks past.
You old man!
Trust me, younger age, younger death. Sometimes it's a blessing.
Who
All right,
cares
so-
about age? It's about experience, yes?
How? I'm sure you probably have a lot of experience, Alondra. You just strike me as the person that is very, very well traveled.
Oh, well, thank you.
That
Is
wasn't
a
a compliment.
I don't think that's a compliment, but okay.
It means I am wise.
It could be
Beyond
that
my
you
years.
you get around. I think that's what I took it as, but
No, that's not what she meant. Oh, and she winks at
What?
Alcina.
How about something exciting that I don't know what do you all?
oh, I have an. What about two truths and a lie? We
At this
used
point,
to
a
play
bunch of alcohol arrives. They have two kinds of alcohol here. It's hold on, where is it? It's they have two kinds of drinks here. One is basically like a cold cocktail thing, and another one is what are basically like fermented rice drink, which is sake. It's basically sake, yeah, that they bring you, right? And there's a bunch of just alcohol that sort of arrives.
So you said two truths and a lie.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't usually lie.
You have to just pick a fake lie, like, and she's gonna whisper, like you like Alondra or something like that. That's a good lie.
I don't even know if I can lie. I'm a fae. I can't say it.
Well, I mean, then that's you. We'll play three truths and a lie. You play three truths, and we try to figure out which one is more truthful than the others.
Oh, as long as I don't say it, I think I could lie.
Yeah. So how about like two truths and a vagary or something?
Do I have to make one of these up?
Yes, you have to make one up that's not real.
You understand what making something up on the fly is?
I do. I do it all the time, but it's usually the truth.
You make
Then
up
you're
the
not making
truth.
something.
Then, yeah, by nature of that alone, you're not making something up. It's true.
It's kind of like that deals you said before that like you kind of tell the truth, but it's not really the truth. Remember you were telling me about that? They do
Oh,
it
yeah.
in the Feywild. You could do that here.
That's what I'm saying. You bend the
It's
truth a
like
bit.
improvising a song, right?
No, it's like you say one thing, but then you manipulate it, so it kind of is the opposite, but it still matches with what you said. Like, I'm gonna let you go, and I do let them go.
But it's off
From
a
life.
cliff.
But then you killed them.
Well, I didn't lie.
You physically let them go and they ran, right? You
No,
let
I
them
slit
go.
the throat.
Let's go with
Lila's
the
gonna grab one of those drinks and start drinking.
You were there. You were there when she did that.
When you guys were traveling up to
I can start the two truths and a lie.
All
I
right,
can
let's do that.
start it.
Yeah, please.
Just an
demonstrate.
example. We don't know these customs.
Okay, well, one is I am a noble in my town where I live. The other one is that I love animals. And the third one is one time one of my marriage suitors died in the woods and got eaten by a bear because of me.
You didn't start crying. It's the last one.
I agree.
I didn't say I liked them, so I mean, why would I cry?
Because you're Ayla.
You cry for everybody.
You are a bit of a bleeding heart.
It was that one. You know, it was his fault. He started screaming. I thought, I started hiding in the woods. And because he was very boring and old, and he was like, Ayla, get over here, Ayla. I started screaming. The bear came out of nowhere, and then he ate them. And, I was like, oh,
So it really did happen.
nobody screams in the woods. You know better to never scream in the woods.
Huh.
But that was the truth, so you're wrong.
Interesting.
What happens if I'm wrong?
Nothing happens.
I think it's just the point of the game is just to try and figure it out. You're, sitting here trying to see how well can you read your friends.
So you're wrong. The lie was that I'm a noble.
I got to think about the questions now. Hold on. She's just like sitting there, like in very deep in thought about what she's going to say.
That music sort of keeps playing for the night. You see people at this point kind of standing up and dancing with each other and such. Some people get a little rowdy and such, but this place is nicely protected and such. So every once in a while, a few of these like Aurora Watch guardsmen walk in, have a few drinks and such, and walk on out as they leave you be for the night.
Well, at least they're not messing with me. That's appreciated.
There's definitely a lot of like double takes, like, what the fuck, is that a human? Okay, and then they just like walk away.
When you're the only
They
human
walk
here.
away when Odo squints at them.
How does Odo, by the way, handle his drinks? He's slamming them down, I hear.
He handles his drinks really well, unlike another character we play.
Yeah, Odo is a stout halfling. He's got that poison resistance. He can go all night.
That's amazing. Alright, so 2 truths and a lie. Let's see. I'm adopted. I didn't actually want to be a treasure hunter when I was growing up. And, I'm a spy.
Well, I'm just gonna say the last one.
When you say the last one, like the next table over, you see a bunch of these like goblins that just sort of like look over their shoulder, kind of like, did I hear that right?
I really hope it's the last one.
Look and see what everybody says.
What were the other two? I don't remember.
She's adopted and she doesn't want to be a treasure hunter when she was younger.
Oh, it's definitely the treasure hunter.
What?
For sure, a spy.
For sure. That bitch is a spy. 100%.
Well, I'm going to be hopeful and say that it's the spy one.
I mean, I'm not a spy.
Oh, see? We were right. It was that one.
When I was growing up, I actually wanted to be a veterinarian.
Oh, you see?
And I am, unfortunately, adopted. Technically speaking. So it's kind of like one truth, a lie, and a partial truth. I did have parents, but they, kicked me out, and then someone else took me in.
That's nice.
What the being kicked out?
No, that you found someone else to want to, care for you and love you, like parents.
Yeah, it's actually more he found me, sort of a thing. He was, older guy passing through.
How old were you?
13, 12, 13, somewhere around in there.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's part of being what I am. There's a superstition around us, and if something starts to go wrong, people blame it on us, and then it's sort of downhill from there.
No, parents suck. My parents kicked me out too. Thumbs down to parents.
I mean, if you were an adult living at home mooching off of me, I would still kick you out too.
I wasn't mooching. We just, I just didn't want to marry some old nasty elf man. Arranged marriages are stupid. I don't like them.
Who died in the
Now
woods
I
to a
have to
bear.
ask when you say like an old nasty elf man, like, because like I look at elves that are like 900 years old and they're still pretty fucking hot. How
Okay,
how
we're
old do you
talking.
have to be an old nasty elf man?
We're talking about their personality. They're old. They're bigots. They don't do anything fun. They want to just drink wine and talk about the old elven history and paintings and boring things. I want to go and see the world. I don't want to be in a house having a whole bunch of children. I want to have fun.
Yeah, no, I understand.
We should go out after this then, Ayla. If
Oh.
you want to have fun.
No, I mean, I like to see the world. I want to meet new people. I love to learn about different people
We
and
can
their
meet lots
cultures.
of people tonight if you want.
No, not like that, Alondra.
I mean, I'm down to meet people like that. Life's short.
Like, I've only kissed one person in my whole life.
Really?
I'm very shy when
Like,
it comes to that. I'm very shy when it comes to that kind of thing.
Damn. I'm just like counts on like you see like one hand comes up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You have to swap hands, put your drink in the other hand.
Yeah, she's like going back and forth on her fingers. Like I don't know, like 45 different people.
Wow, that's
Impressive.
amazing. I mean, good for you. I get very shy when I talk about things like that. I get it.
I have you might not think it, but I actually have quite a bit of charm. There's a lot of people that, they look at me and they're like, wow, Alcina, hey.
Alcina, you look around at this point, and there's an orc on the other side of the bar who's doing like throat cutting motion towards you, like you motherfucking human, right? As you look over, it's like, well, maybe not here.
Is it just like a big orc man, or is it like a pretty orc lady?
There's like a pretty orc lady. Well, orc lady, we'll say. If I don't know, yeah, like everyone has their own, likes and dislikes. This is a big orcish lady.
Do I see this lady like making these
Just
throats?
Just like mad dogging your friend over here.
Either she wants me in one way or really wants to kill me in another.
No, I mean, good for you. I'm not, my sister used to say that I was kind of a coward. And when it comes to that kind of thing, she was way more outgoing than I was.
Well, there's a difference between being reserved and being a coward, and sometimes there's a difference between being brave and outgoing and, being what we like to call a slut. Sounds like your sister might have been a slut if she was shitting you about it.
I know. She was engaged to marry one of the three. Do you ever know about the one of the three? If the Besair still?
What?
Besair still? The city?
Exactly. You're like, what the fuck?
It's the city, the Elven city? It's above Lexington. You say you're from the Empire. You never heard of it?
So,
You definitely would have heard of it, so.
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about like the political, like family ideologies and all that. So, I'm just sort of a citizen. I work for the assembly, and I know about as much about your town as you probably know about where I'm from.
No, I wasn't allowed to go outside the cities.
See? Same answer, right? You don't know about my home. I don't really know about yours. I just know it's there.
Yes, she was destined to marry one of the three, which would have, elevated our family and station. So she didn't really mess around. She wasn't supposed to.
No, then technically you lied.
She was
about
just
the other one.
sassy. She's just very sassy.
No. Hear me out. Like if she married someone and it elevated your family station, you're technically a noble.
But she didn't because she died.
Well,
If it makes you feel
at
any
least my
better.
foot tastes good in my mouth.
Great going, Alcina.
If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't really allowed to leave where I was from either. Well, unless I was told to go somewhere, but
I mean, This is like 3 for 3. Are we all just not allowed to leave where we grew up? Because
No,
I couldn't
no,
leave the first. No, I'm just saying I couldn't leave my first home, and my second one they kind of kept me under lock and key. Not like bad lock and key, but there was,
Lock and key. Ayla's gonna be looking at her like, what?
Okay, look, it's so when we left, I spent time outside the Empire. So like my first bit, so like 12, 13 or so after that, I was gone for like 5 years, and lived outside on a whole other continent for a while. So that was a lot of fun, but I couldn't really leave where I was. I mean, it was like I could run around where I was. I just, couldn't really leave. There was a lot of desert between me and the next place.
I could leave, but I had to make sure I changed what I looked like. Which is easy, but... people don't really like the Hexbloods and all.
What?
Especially in the Feywilds.
Hex blood, so like your cursed blood.
Yeah,
So we went over this, did we not?
I mean, probably not with me. That's the first I'm hearing of it.
she takes her hat off. She's like, yes, that's what I'm trying to cure.
Ah. Well, hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'm cursed too. So hey,
Yeah,
That's
but
crazy.
maybe
Oh,
She's gonna drink her drink and not say anything about anything.
Yeah, I think Odo's like looking at everyone like you guys are fucked up. Just keeps drinking.
Oh, so I came up with the 3.
Oh, ninth. God damn,
Odo's
a
like
whole
under the
tray
table.
of drink. Odo is honestly, with how strong of a constitution he has, and how like naturally resistant halflings are to alcohol. This is Hobbit rules, baby. We don't get drunk. We keep going. He's honestly all right. He's nodding along. He's participating in the conversation, and he's just slamming him back.
He's just waiting his turn.
All right. So I am from a forest cloaked in rain. The mist that moves in and leaves no stain. The first one. Back home, I have never purposely killed, but the tale that follows me infers that I am quite skilled. And
why the
lastly,
fuck did these rhyme?
I don't like
Maybe
it
that's
either.
maybe that's the only way she could do it.
I'm from. What do you mean, Alondra? You're from the fucking Feywild. You don't like rhymes.
Just because you're from the Feywild doesn't mean you need to
It's
rhyme.
like
Well, it
a
means
song,
you're bad at rhyming, then.
Alondra. It's like a song.
Yes, if you're going to rhyme, sing it at least.
No. Anyways, the last one is I am a creature of many names, though it wasn't always negative in all their claims.
What was the
It was
second one?
pretty
Because you lost. I'll be
good.
honest. You lost me. The first one was a little hard to follow, and then you went right into the second and third.
Yeah, I was like,
Right,
damn
right.
it, I hate this stupid game.
The
go ahead
second one,
again. Mhm.
it was I am from a forest cloaked in rain, the mist that moves in and leaves no stain. The second one is back home, I have never purposely killed, but the tale that follows me infers that I am quite skilled. And lastly, I am a creature of many names, though it wasn't always negative in all of their claims.
I'm gonna go with number 2.
I would say number 3.
Same. I'm going to say 3 as well.
I'm going to say 3 as well.
It will be number 2. It is partially true. For some reasons.
Alcina just like does like that little fist pump with her gauntlet in hand and then chugs a drink.
What did you all think? I have all negative names where I'm from?
I didn't think that you had the choice of making your names. You said that they controlled all part of your life, so.
And all part of my lives before I knew what I was and who they were not always negative. But even if I've not purposely killed many people, after a certain date I did purposely kill some others.
Oh, so it's the half truth, like you said.
It's the tricksy truth.
The tricksy truth. That's...
It could
You
be
know,
true, it could be false, depending
some
on how you look
places
at it.
that I have been, they call it the pixie truth.
A pixie truth?
Oh, like one
Yeah.
of these, and she pulls her hair up, and there's like, well, it looks like a pixie corpse in her hair, like the skeleton.
You keep skeletons in your hair?
Yeah, this one was from this. Yeah, it deserved it. It is
But you-
actually.
Do you not?
You know, I've
think,
heard of like skeletons in your closet, but holy shit.
She has skeletons on her. Yeah, she's always had bones on her. Like Morgana has bones on her belt, like around her dress, and
It's
she
one thing
has
on your
bones in her
belt, but
hair.
in your hair.
I've got a lot of it. Things get lost in here.
Do you like wash it? Like why are there still things in there?
Things get lost in there. How?
Do you not know how much hair Morgana has? Morgana has
She had
lot
a
of hair.
lot of hair, probably.
As you guys are talking, you see a little albino bat flies over to her shoulder, having just eaten some sort of a rat creature, holding a little rat skull, and just like giving it over
Oh,
to
that one's
Morgana.
really cool. Thank you. And she puts it in her hair.
It's got a cool skull, like a cool hole in the middle of its forehead.
Oh, I
Huh.
didn't know you put corpses in there.
Well, it's not a corpse, it's a bone.
I think like as they're sitting here, like Alcina's just going through like everything she's heard in the Empire about like the rhetoric of people on this side, and it's like, yeah, nope, not helping the cases any.
We cut over to like a table nearby where there's just a bunch of like goblins and orcs sitting. They're kind of glancing over every once in a while at your guys' table, and one of them turns to his friends, goes, "Those guys are fucking weird." As they go back to their
Those guys are
drinks.
Fucking weird. Okay. Well, you got one, Odo. What do you have?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Were you playing the game or were you drinking?
Oh, I was enjoying listening to your guys' game. But for me, let's see. Every adventurer I've met who is a fighter of some sort seems to think I am not a capable fighter, and I have to prove them wrong. And then I look forward to talking to, meeting, or perhaps even challenging this Iraqi flamehand. And then, Jay, you said those goblins are still listening in, right?
Kinda. Every once in a while they're glancing. They kind of.
Okay.
Alcina's like, "I'm a spy." Got their attention a little bit, so they're every once in a while glancing over here.
So, the last one would be, I have slain many a goblin who liked to eavesdrop and didn't pay attention to their own damn drinks.
They immediately snap their heads back over to their table, like, sorry, anyway, yesterday I'm just walking around and the craziest thing happened. They start like trying to pretend to talk amongst themselves.
Well, this one's difficult. Because you've said
Oh.
2 lies and only 1 truth.
Maybe he did kill a lot of goblins. I'm not sure.
No, I've said 2 truths, 1 lie.
You have not. The first one is a lie. And the third one is a lie. The second one is your only truth.
Unfortunately, the first one is the truth.
Unfortunately, you have met me, and I have never once thought you incapable.
I did not say all, I said many.
You see the
You know what?
goblins.
See,
The
it's
goblins.
truth.
The goblins all stand up from their table and leave the tavern after that, just immediately.
See another tricksy truth.
Are you from
Alright,
the Feywilds too?
I
I'm
don't,
the only person here from the mortal plane of existence.
I'm from here. I've never been to the Feywilds. I don't know much about this whole being a caster thing, but you guys do you.
You know, being a caster, you know, some of us just were born that way. Like, I didn't learn how to do it on.
It's a little bit of both. Spent a lot of time reading, And I also just had the innate magic power too.
It is quite amazing.
I know, thank you.
All right, Alondra, you're the last one.
Oh,
You got rhymes? Because if you don't,
I'm not going to rhyme, okay? Unless you want
she's
a
not
song.
really from the. No, she's not really from the Feywilds. That's it.
Sing it, Alondra.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess she'll weave a tale. She'll weave a tale with a song. And
You don't have to sing these.
Right,
We'll
yes, I
say
know.
the
I get- that's what
character
I'm
will, of
saying.
course,
The
sing
character.
these. But you can tell us your truths and lie, and we'll absolutely say with a performance roll, please.
of
If
course.
it's a low performance roll, we're gonna make fun of you for being off key.
Once again, you can use up one of your blade songs to get yourself advantage.
No,
Yeah.
I'll use
No.
that for sure.
Oh, okay, yep. Okay. Not something you're used to. Yeah, very much so not something you're used to here. Truth and lies and such. This mortal game. Very odd. What are the truths and the lie you say?
That she studied at a magical academy. That she is also an orphan. And that she is a songstress of the Sealy Court.
You have a brother. I don't think you're an orphan.
You can have a brother and be an orphan.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, being an orphan only implies that your parents died, not that you're an only child.
Oh, I guess it makes me an orphan. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh shit, I'm an orphan.
It's getting real dark here.
So
You're not an orphan, you have a brother! Like, no, honey, that's not how that works.
Well, I had the family, I guess. You call a bunch of hags a family.
Maybe I
Bunch
want
more
to say-
drinks. Bunch more drinks arrive at your table.
Maybe you're not part of the Sealy Court. Maybe you're just lying about it.
No, she is.
I don't know.
She 100% is. I know her name.
I'm gonna say she's probably an orphan, like me. Mostly because when I said it, she's like, oh, you too?
I think it's
But that
probably
would
the
be-
first one.
That would be the truth then.
It seems like her skills come from experience, not from academia.
Wait, I'm totally an idiot. They were all three true.
What are you doing, Alondra?
I mean, look, that tracks, right?
That's why the performance was an 8. You couldn't find a rhyme for it, so you just made them all truths. It worked. You sort of threw
Alondra-
yourself off.
I feel like
He's having
Alondra
the
is
luck
like,
too, so this is like terrible.
I feel like the way Alondra is, right? Like, she would perceive lying as a flaw, and she's like, I can't let people see me flawless.
I mean, yeah, you guys try and guess, and it turns out, yeah, Alondra gave you 3 truths.
That's not how that works. Damn.
Did you not
I get
understand the game?
nervous. It's like I understand the game, but I don't typically lie, especially to compatriots. So
I mean, I didn't technically lie.
sure, you told poems of I don't know.
All right.
It's
Well,
supposed to be like camaraderie, bringing, together.
Was it not camaraderie what I shared?
It was.
I mean,
that was like-
it is. It does it enough, right? It's
I'm
It's
pouring
like a
my
gift.
heart out to you.
it's the thought that counts.
Very few people know that I am an orphan.
that
And you see her
and-
like our eyes kind of go somewhere else for a little bit.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being an orphan.
Well, did you know your parents? Because I never did, so it's not like I was missing anything.
Then you were spared the pain of watching them die.
Really
Oh, that's
depressing.
sad, Alondra. I'm sorry. Were they sacrificed? Just trying not to laugh.
Work on
But she's so curious because maybe that's why she's infatuated with sacrifice.
No, our town, village was set upon by monsters from the Red Mist, and they killed everybody except me and my brother. I was able to lead him out and sneak away.
Well, I would say that's unfortunate because it is, but Feywilds isn't known for being a very kind place.
So are you trying to find out about the Red Mist?
Yes, ever since then, I've dedicated my life to trying to find a way to stop it.
See, now it all makes sense. You know, now it's not so creepy. Now, I want to help because, you know, trying to figure out what happened to your parents is important.
I think I'm a bit worried that the Red Mist might tie us together more than I'd prefer, Alondra.
Also,
Because if it's something that can be harnessed and controlled, the Coven's going to want it.
okay, we have Alcina here who can control it.
Yes, but Alcine is not someone who's pretending to be an archfey.
Maybe I am. Maybe I moonlight as an archfey on another continent.
She just squints at you.
Yeah, Roger also
And the both of them are just like,
Just gonna look at Asina, you know, you can't say things like that. They're very, you know, they're very
I mean,
cautious. You
look,
know,
I
You
mean,
don't have anything on Lady Eldamore, okay?
I don't. And she just kind of like holds her hand out, right, towards like a table from where like one of the orcs are, right, and just like you just see like from way over there, their tankard just comes like levitating up into her hand. She's
What
like,
the
"I'll
hell?
have you know,
My drink flew off. Did you guys
I-
see that? Did you guys? And they're like yelling at the other table.
am quite proficient archfey." Up in the drink.
Proficient in what? I missed the last part.
Manipulating the red mist, obviously.
Oh, yes, yes.
you might know her name, Alondra. You might know the one. You might have met her before. Her
you're
name
going
is
to tell me?
Talak.
Dalek? Jay, do I know a Dalek?
From what I know of your backstory and such, I don't believe you've encountered someone by that name. I don't think. I don't know actually if you would have heard. Morgana, if you give a bit more, perhaps context or description here, I'll leave it up to Alondra if she would have heard such a name.
Yeah. I mean, so all of them have like Sealy Fae or like neutral Fae aliases. Because they can all change their form, obviously. Talak appears as an archfey, and she's kind of been up and rising in popularity, especially within like the neutral sphere between the courts. And she seems like she's a Sealy Fae, so it would be up to Alondra whether or not she knows who she is.
I'll leave it up to a quick, just straight intelligence roll to you, Alondra.
Just straight intelligence?
Just a straight intelligence roll. It's something that you maybe encountered, but maybe not. Yeah, I don't think this concerned your research of this strange mist and such. And last few years, you were very much so focused on that. Nothing that you've heard about this name.
No, I was I know the court quite intimately. I was raised by the court, and I do not does not ring a bell, at least in the Sealy proper.
Well, you must have left around the time she started showing up. Then, better for you then.
For what it's worth, I know that the red mist comes from Rudis.
Yes, we established that.
Yeah.
But it has something to do with betrayer gods as well.
dark magic. It's the sort of thing that entertains eldritch beings.
Not magic.
Not magic?
It's not magic. There isn't a single spell that you could do that could stop what I could. Conversely, what I can do can't actually stop any of the spells you could do. The two powers don't mix. They don't interact with each other.
Let's
Maybe
try
yours
it.
doesn't. Doesn't mean all of the red mist interacts and is the same as yours.
Nothing that comes from Ruidus is magic itself.
Yeah, you guys have definitely noticed when Elsina does whatever her battle, which you would think normally to be like magic. There's never any like mutterings of the words. There's never any sort of like movement of fingers and making arcane symbology with her hands and such. It just sort of happens. So she holds her hand out, or she points her blade in a direction, or moves her feet. And then she flies, and then something floats to her hand, and then you are sort of thrown away from her and such. There's never words to it. Those of you proficient in Arcana and History have heard of a very rare kind of power that is only sort of understandable to certain kinds of creatures that predate some of the written histories of our world. Something that is believed to exist, but not a lot of people have even ever seen it. Like very rare few might even have a chance. Those of you with proficiency in Arcana History think she might be talking about psionics, if such a thing is possible.
Yeah, I'm proficient in both of those.
Same.
Same.
That's a bit concerning.
But I was gonna say, because I'm a lunar sorcerer, even though I'm not focused on Ruidus, would I know a lot of things about the moon, since it is a moon, even though it's not Katha? I would know
Not-
somewhat about it. No.
So you're definitely familiar with all of the lore and the folklore around it and such, but you would have definitely heard that Ruidus is often tied to curses and terrible ailments and bad luck and such, and that those especially unlucky few that are blessed by the Red Moon's magic are followed by desolation, solitude, grief their whole lives, or at least they ring it it is wrought upon everyone around them. It's a bad luck magnet. People who are marked with such magic. That this whole deal, if it's magic or not, that is something you weren't familiar with. But when Alcina starts sort of showing you in these battles you guys have had together, and even here in the tavern, summoning this cup to her hand, it sort of dawns on you. It's like, oh my god, could it be that it's psionics? This like ancient, forgotten technique. It's an extremely rare kind of a gift, if you can even call it a gift.
If it makes you feel any better. The only thing we understand about being able to tap into it is being unfortunate enough to have been born under the moon. If you don't have that, then learning it is not something that you can do. And she gestures to Orlandra, which is why I told you would never be able to learn it.
Let's use. Don't underestimate the power of magic. And there may be a way to be reborn under Ruidus or something. I don't know.
So
It requires further research.
the moon itself, you can't track when it flares. No one can. It could flare 2 nights in a row. It could go years without flaring. It's entirely unpredictable when it will actually do what it does.
This is very true. It's often believed that Ruidus only rears its ugly head whenever something of true misfortune is about to happen. It is believed that it predates presupposes or predicts the events to come that are especially horrible events, terrible things like raids on villages or fall of a kingdom or birth of a prince that will bring upon great misfortune and desolation, that type of stuff.
So
I just happen to be unfortunate enough to have been born the night that it turned bright red in the sky. And even then, there's no guarantee that you develop the powers that I have. You know, there's a lot more Rudis born out there than people realize. Even fewer that become an exaltant.
exalted?
Exaltant, that's anybody that has the abilities that I do. It just means that you're more connected than the others.
Fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. Alcina, this is mostly for you, but Jess, you already know this stuff, but as a sort of like a lore mention here, yeah, Exalted is someone who's actually able to control such powers. While most people who are born under this Rudus are just, bad luck magnets. They ruin and sort of bring misfortune to most things and people around them. They can't control it, they have no power over it, and it's just sort of happening to them. They usually live pretty short lives due to such misfortune.
And do you bring about the misfortune?
Of course I do.
I
So-
feel like we haven't seen it since we've been with you.
Yet. I haven't seen it yet. But
Do you guys remember that just earlier today you jumped into a lake so a giant chimera doesn't kill you all?
I like to
Just
say
mentioning.
it doesn't make sense that someone who is full of misfortune would become a treasure hunter. Wouldn't you never find treasure because you're so have bad luck? I feel like that wouldn't work.
That's
not
a good question.
necessarily. So, you're thinking of bad luck simply as it affects the individual. My bad luck so far has affected the individuals around me.
She looks at her. She's gonna say to Morgana and Sylvan, "Why are we having her with us if she's
I
bad luck?"
challenge your bad luck. I don't believe it.
I mean,
You
I've
don't
already
believe.
had really bad luck. I don't really think it matters. Maybe it cancels out. 2 bad looks makes it good.
Neither one of
think
you
it
are
does make a
bad luck.
positive?
What else?
So, here's what I have to say on it. I don't know whether or not it's actually bad luck or just coincidence and people blame it on me as a scapegoat. Right? My father blamed me for the reason that he struggled and that he lost his work and everything. You know, everything was fine, and then after I was born, things just kind of went downhill. He left, he blamed me. My mother eventually kicked me out because she blamed me for the cost of her marriage. Right? A few years later, I'm picked up and adopted by the fellow. He takes me, raises me, gives me a bit of a good life. Right? My friend that I came back with, she eventually left. Never came back, haven't heard from her since. I like to think it's coincidence, but sometimes I sit and think about how things have fallen apart around me. Can't help but wonder if there's just a little bit of it. I mean, fuck, I haven't even seen the guy who raised me in forever. I don't know what happened to him.
I
And
think
that's not
there's a
for
very.
not trying.
You tell me here, Jess, but for Alcina, is it very much so like I'm taking a drink and casually talking about this, or is there that sort of like movie style like long pause after you realize like fuck man, everyone just keeps leaving, yeah, and we see a real moment of like I don't know, I wouldn't call it maybe vulnerability, yeah, but just sort of being exposed to these people.
Yeah, it's definitely that moment where she's like, it starts like it's just a casual conversation, and then she kind of stops and thinks on it. I just realized, like, yeah, no, like she actually just like opened up, and was like, oh, shit.
Well, don't worry, Elsina. I have plenty of good luck to go around, and she'll flip her hair.
The
You have-
unshakable confidence of Alondra is it's just, you love to see it.
You have a lot of something to go around. I don't think it's necessarily good luck.
Well, stick with me, and you'll have all of it.
You know what I think I'm going to do? And she kind of like looks across the way over towards Pleasure and winks at her. I
Promise.
think I might go have a night.
You don't even know her name.
It's her pleasure. She
Oh.
told us when we came.
It's
She came here.
Promise.
Promise.
It is promise. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a promise. But who knows?
It's
after
promise,
tonight,
but I call her pleasure.
tonight she might change her name. Who knows?
No, have fun.
I mean,
Well,
unless
She's going home with me tonight.
Oh goodness.
is she?
Odo sighs.
Well, you know what I think? I think she would be lucky to have either one of you. And she's gonna start wrapping up that meat because she didn't eat it. She's putting it in her bag. She's gonna give it to the wyvern.
You
okay.
bitch.
Okay.
What'd you say, Odo?
I was gonna say, Odo says, "Oh, you're not gonna eat the for the wyvern." Okay, got it.
She's paying for it,
Anyways, Alcena's gonna get up and she's gonna saunter on over to Promise and chat her up.
Alondra,
will face step in front of her.
both of you walk up as she looks to both of you, says, "Oh wow, I thought it was gonna be a good time, but it's on the double. It looks like." Can I help you,
Into that
ladies?
If you are Elsina.
I'm gonna just like force push, mind push her out of the way. like, hey, how are you?
She looks a little like surprised at what happens as I imagine, Alondra, as you get like you slide off to the side as she sort of tries to like push you with her power here. I'm not gonna go into like a full description of it here, but it's safe to say that this lady's like, you ladies look fun. Why not just have fun together, right? And
Oh, no.
however that night ends, I will leave it for you guys. But this person is very
Alondra
open.
is 100% down.
Of course, yes. All right. I will
Is
leave
this
that.
gonna be an awkward? Is this gonna be like an awkward trip in the morning? Like, so that happened.
I mean, I will leave it up to you guys' headcanons, however this night ends. But as the ladies go off to flirt away and have whatever kinds of fun, left at the table there, Ayla, you're packing stuff up, like, all right, let's go feed the Reds. Odo, you've had like fucking 15 shots at this point. At this point, can I ask you to actually make a con save? You do have advantage. You've been drinking straight sake this whole time. Constitution saving throw, so it's actually even higher for you here. I believe extra 3 to that roll with your proficiency.
Oh yeah, thank you.
21, easily. You slam the last one down. Not too bad. Meanwhile, by the way, Odo, I want to say you've had like 4 different meals throughout this evening. Just, like
Only
good
4.
food, man. It's
Okay, all right.
well, feeling a little, just a little peckish. Well, anyway, you have a lovely meal, a lot of good drinks, and a good time as, Morgana, you just sort of like listening on in here as Odo's sort of like wrapping up as well for the evening. You see Ayla is about to sort of head out as well. Morgana, anything else you wanted to do that evening or any other conversations, or do you realize as well, like, all right, let's get some rest?
No, she's gonna follow Ayla, and she's gonna say, "Well, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't kissed anyone my entire life, so."
Jen might have stepped away. Jen?
No,
I think she did.
I don't want to
Hold
have to repeat myself.
on. I think she might have just stepped away, which is a great time for us to take a little break here, actually. But yes, we'll return to that right after. Whatever happens that evening for some of our party members here, once again, like I said, we're going to draw those curtains, and I'm going to let you guys figure out your own headcanon. But it's a good night. All right. So we will return to the city of Asarius in the morning and head on out onto our adventure. But for now,
I was about to type nice, and I realized, oh yeah.
Feeling like an outsider. Feeling like an outsider.
of drinking, of revelry, of fun, you all meet together the following morning. You are all at the feet or flippers, I think, of old swamp shell turtles. I think flippers. As you climb on up and begin your journey. As you guys gather there, ready to leave, you see currently sort of saying goodbye to you. You see the task hand Varen, you see Professor Wacko, and you see the mage Trog Storm Speech. Still, every time you guys catch him, it's just the canon now that every time you guys see him or he's around, someone's asking, like, but what does it mean you're a mage? Like, what kind of a mage? What does that mean? He just can't answer that. He doesn't have an answer for that. He just sort of does
Wizard? Are
magic.
you a sorcerer? Are you a
No.
warlock? Like,
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. As you guys gather there, you see with like a little backpack of things as well to meet here with you is Captain Ray, Captain Illiver Ray. She sort of arrives on the scene. You see some of the guards that have come with you. With her, and someone of your status shouldn't be out there in the field. And she's like, enough already. I spoke to my mother about this already. I'm going. The best interests of Den Oleos will be preserved. Besides, it'll be these heroes that'll be doing most of the work. I am there simply to spectate. You guys see Ray. She sort of approaches. She's got her like battle gear and everything as she. Oh, nice. As she sort of climbs up onto the turtle, Ayla has already gotten another tent and decorated it in the fashions of the Luxon, the dodecahedron shape and such. She approaches, looks a little surprised, says, "Oh, I didn't expect this. Which one of you guys did this?"
It was me. I thought you would like, to have your own space.
I certainly do. I thought about bringing my own tent, but thank you. I certainly do feel welcome, if that was your intention, huh?
And she would have like fixed up like Zoria's because she made hers like kind of like desertish, but she's gonna put like red like moon, and she's gonna introduce it for Alcina because she doesn't have her space. I like everyone to have their own private area, that's dedicated to them.
thank you for painting mine with the symbol of my curse, but
It's
hey.
not the curse, we're going to change it. It's not a curse. I don't believe in that.
The thing that haunts you over your head.
It's not haunting you. It's the moon. I love the moon.
Do you love that moon? No.
It's the moon. I mean, people can say what they want. We don't know it causes ominous things. It's just speculation.
No. I mean, look, someone who has been born under it. Take it from me. Between the nightmares, the reoccurring dreams, the visions, the constantly being surrounded in red when I sleep at night. Nothing about that feels as embracing as your moon goddess.
Sounds like
I mean-
PTSD.
I could change it if you like. What would you like in there?
Honestly, it's fine. I think it actually kind of suits me.
Ray is looking around the space, and she kind of glances it over to Alcina. Once again, sort of squints and stares at her, somewhat untrusting. Says, "Ah, and you're here too, right?
I am, and seems we're going to be together for a while.
That it does.
My name is Alcina, and I am from Rexentrum. I am a treasure hunter by trades.
All right. Fine. I'll bite." She walks up, holds her hand out to shake yours, says, "I am Captain Illiver Oleos of Den Oleos of the great nation of Kryn Dynasty."
Ah, well, if we want to stand on formalities, I am Alcina Zonbrecker of the Cerberus Assembly, at your service. Takes her hand. Very pointedly shakes her hand with the one that's tattooed as well.
You see her sort of like her jaw moves around. She sort of doesn't fully grind her teeth, but she gives you like a fake smile, like, all right, cool, very cool. Interesting, very interesting. Well, I suppose you're as close as we're going to get to an independent agent. You and your friends here have certainly proven yourself, but I'm simply here to ensure that this mission is both a success as well as in best interests of our nation.
Of course, happy to have you.
Certainly, yeah.
Make yourself at home.
She walks over to her tent. As she walks over, you see Varen and Trog and Wacko sort of approach and say, all right, this is, Varen says, this is where it gets dangerous. The wastes themselves are pretty
Sharing
rough.
a bed space with her? Yeah, seems dangerous.
Well,
No, it's not.
seeing how the two of you... oh, I see. Seeing how the two of you react to each other might just be, but, no, I more meant after you're out of the wastes, which are already as dangerous everywhere that does not have roads already paved, the moorlands. I'm certain you guys know your stuff. For not a moment so far I've doubted your ability, but I still urge caution. There is a lot of it that we still don't know about. It is a swampland, so it'll be a little difficult to travel. If not, of course, for your mount, vehicle, swamp shell. What do you consider it?
At home.
Oh, I see. That's good. He looks around. We see this wyvern land on the back of the giant turtle and just gonna hiss and snap at the air. Says, easy. Yeah, you're in good hands. And the wyvern sort of walks on over to like next to Ayla, and Varen says, "All right, you know your abilities best. I have no counsel to give you, nothing to urge you. We've already talked the talk. Now you do what you do best. You do the deed. So I hope to see you all in one piece, alive, as strong, and as dangerous as you've shown yourselves to be so far.
How much time do we have before you put it all together?
We don't necessarily have a time frame before we're going to move. We are hoping to rely on you to act first, enabling at least... We will consider it a success if you're able to secure passageway through the moorlands with at least one of the two nations.
Audit.
If... do any of you have any means of magical communication?
Long distance or person to person?
Either?
I thought a captain does. She sent me a message one time.
Yes. Illiveray is Captain Olios. I call her by her first name. We've known each other most of our lives, but Captain Olios is a skilled spellcaster. She is a eldritch knight. She does a little magic and a little bit of blade. Blade and sorcery together. She's a exquisite leader and a teammate to have. That said, she can be sometimes a little, how do you say it in the Empire? A prickly pear?
Yeah, she's
I think it's sassy.
certainly something.
Sassy.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair to say. Yeah. Still, she's a good friend of mine, and I would appreciate it if you would keep an eye on her.
As far as communication goes, I can communicate short distance between people, regardless of whatever language they speak. So
Short distance
Excellent.
being...
she
Long
looks
distance
right at
being-
you, and you did like no one else will hear it, but in Alondra's head, she'll hear Alcina. Last night was pretty fun.
She'll think back, like, can you hear me back or no? Just as one way.
Yeah, she can hear you. So it's like she can go like person to person, and she can basically be kind of like a radio tower between everyone. Like she can like talk to Morgana, say something, and
That's
pass
incredible.
the shit back and
What
forth.
the rest of you see is even funnier because they're talking, and then all of a sudden, Alcina and Alondra just looking at each other and slowly nodding to each other, and they're like, "What the fuck? What's going on?" Right. Well, in either case, that's excellent. That's a great ability to have. If
you
no
have
one else,
do you have access to a scroll for the message spell? I could copy it to my spellbook.
I believe you should talk to Ilivare, to Captain Olios.
You want
She's a
sending.
capable.
Sending.
Right,
That's
right.
one.
She's
That's one.
a capable spellcaster. Professor, do we have such a scroll on hand? Wacko kind of scratches and says, not really. I don't have one on hand right now. Those are all sort of reserved to the people heading to to sort of the watch parties and such at the western borders. So I'm sorry, I don't have one on me right now. We could ask the goblin. The demon goblin.
It's okay. Does the captain have a means of reaching you long distance then?
He nods, says, yes. Captain Olios is skilled enough spellcaster where she can produce such long-distance communication spell effects. So everything you need to inform us, you can do through her.
Would I know what kind of caster she is? I'm just curious.
He explained she is a eldritch knight, but looking at her, you don't get a sense that she's a fighter who is a subclass eldritch knight. You very much so get a sense of like, oh, she's a multi-classed fighter wizard.
Got it. Okay.
Right. Well, that said, I wish you all best of luck. I hate to put pressure on you, but some amount of the future of our nation is on your shoulders. Just a little bit of pressure, I suppose.
Don't worry, we have a plan.
Oh, that's
That's
awesome.
good. I like the confidence. It's always better to go into a battle with great confidence than doubts. All right.
Very quickly, can I talk to you privately, very really quickly?
Yes, certainly, of course. Trog walks up and says, "Don't worry, Varen. I'll keep them entertained while you're gone. Well, my friends, it's been..." He starts, like, talking to you guys.
Morgana walks away.
He starts walking after you, like, and so, as I entered the battle against the Rhino Beast... And he's just walking after you and telling you the story.
I'm going to curse you if you don't leave me alone.
Oh shit! Okay, he turns into a lightning and flies off. As Ayla Varen walks off to the side, sort of with you, says, "Yes."
I wanted to say thank you for the wyvern, So I drew this picture, and she's gonna open her book, but she's gonna kind of like tilt it toward her because she doesn't want to see like him see all the pictures she drew of him like half naked. She's gonna like flip through like 20 pictures and she's gonna rip it out. She goes, "It's like a stained glass painting of you killing the Shadow Fae. My sister said it's like a what she called it, a vision board. You put a whole bunch on your wall and you kind of focus on it, and then you make sure that it happens."
He sort of like takes it slowly from you, inspects it for some time, says, "That's incredible. Thank you. This is a wonderful gift. I will make sure to keep it at my side."
Okay, and I promise to keep him safe.
Thank you.
She'll point to
He's a
Red.
mighty and proud beast. Although I'm a little afraid. You see, he's a trusting companion. He'll defend you to his last breath. But that thing out there, the Sky King, as we call it. Red is, well, I mentioned before, he's lost a battle to him before, and he has a grudge and a bit of an arrogance about it. I hope it doesn't become a problem.
No, I hope not either. but I know he's used to your like masculine energy, but I found this spot. If you tickle him right here, he kind of like almost like purrs a little bit. She's gonna
really?
start tickling him.
It like tries to play cool at first, but then like leans into it and starts making this like little. It's like a less purring, but more like clicking sound somewhere in the back of its throat. It almost sounds like purring.
He
He
kind
sort
of bit me a
chuckles.
couple of times, but it's because I wasn't doing it right. But now I figured it out.
Yes, his teeth are meant for battle, unfortunately, and well, I'm glad. That's incredible. Good, very good. I'm impressed. I do hope this mission is successful. It would be an incredible loss to this wonderful world to lose someone as unique as yourself.
Thank you. That's very nice.
Thank you. I hope that when you return, we have maybe some more time to perhaps speak. I quite enjoy our conversations.
Me too. And this is going to be successful. I know it. I can feel it.
I really hope so. I'm honestly fully confident in you and your friends and your abilities, but, well, I'm a warrior by heart and by trade. Even still, I can't help but feel a little trepidation for what is to come after. Doomeran, It's a place of terrible, terrible history. Slavery, domination, trickery, and jealousy, all poured into the very stones of their fortresses. Battle, it'll be bloody. And I expect many losses.
But you know what we have in that shadow of a place? We have the light.
Now we do. Luxon does guide us, as does the moon above.
Very true.
Hopefully they lead us into the heart of this vile darkness like a blade.
I couldn't say it better myself. And I'll see you later, alright?
All right. And he will politely bow his head, return over to Trog, who is currently... Trog is now talking over to Odo. He says, "And such it was that I stood upon thine mountain, and as the lightning came down, I myself breathed arcane power at it. I used my incredible magely skills, you see. That is how I defeated, in a way, Cord, god of lightning.
What
He
kind of
shot me
mage
with
are you?
lightning. I'm not exactly sure, but
And what
one
spell
of
did you
my
cast?
friends... Oh, I didn't cast a spell. I just sort of looked up, and lightning came out of my body, like my heart or something. Yeah. I did this thing. I saw it in a play. I said, "Witness me, Cord, witness me," and he did. He shot me with a lightning, but I lived.
How many times did you hit you with lightning?
A few times before I was able to sort of counter it properly. I think it's like 3, maybe 4 times. But I am a lightning dragonborn. You see, I have power of lightning itself. It's how I can do everything. This is what every dragonborn can do. Varen looks over like, nope, that's not. I've not met.
Did he short circuit his brain when that lightning hit?
I don't. Trog is a powerful mage and a good friend of ours. Did you tell them how exactly you got your powers? And Trog sort of looks at us. Oh, that's not as of a heroic of a story, I suppose.
But I'm so interested.
Well, I sort of, won my powers.
You won them. How did you win?
She sort of looks to Varen and says, "Do you mind explaining? I was sort of out of it for most of the experience." Varen sort of looks back and says, "Well, if you all don't mind me spouting some of my own adventuring days stories here. Some time ago, long time ago, in fact, me and Trog and a few others, we're adventurers of sorts, kind of like yourselves. We went around, defeated all kinds of villains and such, and on one occasion, we found ourselves in an ancient temple. This was outside the borders of Jorhas when we adventured. Far in the north, there's a place past the graying wildlands. This area where it is believed that a mage city of great power plummeted to the ground, so it was filled with all kinds of ruins and artifacts. One such place we found, and we found a temple to a goddess called Avandra. Are you guys familiar? Most of you definitely have heard of Avandra. Avandra is the goddess of luck, of chance, of adventuring, of good fortune,
The
of
Changebringer.
yes, exactly. Yeah. He says, well, one such temple we found, an ancient one that was guarded by some sort of a what do you call those? A sphinx, a powerful lion creature with wings and intelligence and spell might like I've never seen before.
It asks you questions, yes?
Sort of, yes. Although this one was different. Avandra is a unique goddess, I've learned. The rest of us, we failed its challenge. And the beast was, well, about to destroy us, as we have failed the trials needed to overcome the temple's defenses, I suppose. As a last resort, my brave friend here, Trog, he stepped up and he challenged the beast, the Sphinx, to sort of a duel of chance. He offered his very life in exchange for the gifts that his goddess would offer. He explained to us, this Sphinx, that this was a suicide. There was a 1 in a million chance that he would succeed on this lucky break, whatever you would call it, and Trog was just lucky enough, I suppose. He hit the jackpot, or however that works. Ever since then, he was just a mage. He just had magic. In fact, he was so much more powerful than the rest of us, because magic would just sort of happen to him all the time. He would just sort of manifest it. Up until this day, I believe that he can do just about anything if he's lucky enough, and I think having overcome that challenge of the Changebringer, he's become the luckiest person alive. He sort of looks at us, I don't know about that, I feel like I had something to do with it, but mostly it was my adventuring heart that compelled me to save my friends. But yes, now every once in a while I can cast some crazy magic that I have no idea about.
I'm just curious. I want to chuck a copper piece at him and see what happens.
It sort of hits him, or it hits him for a moment. It lands on the ground. It bounces off the floor, lands in the nearby sort of like little puddle on the ground below, and you watch the coin begin to sort of like rust begins to fall off of it, and you discover it was a gold coin this whole time rather than a copper coin. It just had a bunch of like grime on it instead. Look at that! A lucky coin.
Huh.
You should have him talk to the all of the people, the Dollarov and stuff. He'd probably.
Oh no,
figure it out.
we don't talk. We don't. Trog, many skills that he has is no offense to you, my dear friend. I don't know if you noticed, not the most humble conversationalist. That sometimes tends to piss people off, we've noticed. And Trogso says, well, if heroics is what you seek, being humble is no podium to leap from. And they sort of look at him like, all right, well, fair, I guess. He says, well, I suppose you know a little more about me, but have I told you of the story where I battled the great Baylor of Storm Crest. Oh, this thing was mighty, and as it came down, and
I think we have
Illiveray
to save
walks
that for
out.
next time.
Yeah, Illiveray walks out and says, "That is incredible, and yes, probably best for next time, as look at the time. We have to be leaving now, this moment, before you start talking about this story. I can't believe it. It just so happens." He sort of looks a little defeated, like, "Oh, yeah, okay, that's all right. I'll catch up with you all soon enough." He turns around, accidentally opens this powerful teleportation spell, and whoosh, teleports off to some place.
What the fuck just happened?
You see Varen look back, says, we can't explain it. He's lucky. That's just what we've gone with. He can't seemingly do it like mindfully. We're not sure. I'm honestly worried about him. He does a lot of very careless stuff, but
I chucked
I
a
don't know.
copper piece at him and he turned to gold.
Is he a mage or is he just incredibly lucky? Like what?
Yes.
Honestly, before he became like this, he was a bard. He would sing to us and inspire us and such. But after this happened, once again, he doesn't really cast magic. It just sort of happens to him. I honestly, me and some of our friends were speculating that he's just sort of a champion, maybe even, of the Changebringer, or just lucky enough to be siphoning some of her power, or we don't know. We don't know, but he means well, and he uses his strange magic on our enemies, and that's honestly good enough for us.
So, he's an idiot savant.
Yes. Well, he's a good friend of mine, but I think so, yes. That's
No,
probably
it's someone who
closest.
just always they're completely oblivious to everything around them, right? Everything just seems to sort of work out for them, and so it's like people are like,
Yeah.
oh, they're really good, but in truth, like when you watch them from afar, they're really kind of an idiot.
Yeah, I think, once again, good friend of mine. Second of all, you're absolutely right. That's the nail of the hammer. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that's about as much of an explanation I can give. I think Captain Olios is right. It is time to travel.
Well, she looks to the group. If you're ever wondering about my bad luck, remember that he was standing beside me when he got petrified.
Yes, but then you saved them.
All right, touche on that one.
He was also lucky that you were there, so it's kind of maybe it like cancels each other out, Maybe if you were with him and you had good luck, and then you would always have good luck.
Possibly.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll see. I realize this guy's opposite of me. I'm bad luck. He's just good luck. And you guys gather basically he won the divine lottery. That's the source of his power. That's it. He just won lottery. All right. You guys gather your things.
I'm just curious. I'm like, is that just it? Is his power divine in nature then?
I mean, you have no idea. He's casting all kinds of he doesn't make sense. The more you try, your wizardly mind tries to wrap around it. This guy doesn't make sense, but he's on our side. So Varen says that's good enough.
Okay, crazy.
You pick up your 1 gold coin and you head off. All right, hop. Swampback begins to move. Large, sort of thrumming, thundering sound as he begins to wade his way forward. All right, friends. Now it is time to decide how we travel. The wastelands, hot and dry as always, await ahead. The blazing, blistering sun beating down onto you all. The tent is definitely helping. So,
I recommend
draw me a picture, friends. How is it that we're going to travel?
I recommend going through the water and at least go through the river when we go through the moorlands.
And we're trying to get more to the Dolarav, right? Aren't they more like?
Your
Clearly.
Are
choice,
they?
really, how you want to do this, from which side you would like to approach. You have the sort of northern area entirely, and you can really choose to approach. You just know that, orcs on the left, and these sort of totem warriors on the right.
To be
If I
honest,
could be so bold as to suggest
go ahead.
going down across the lake and then up the Morag River to where
Yeah,
we
I
need
was
to
gonna.
go.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that too. That's a
You
good
guys
move.
did learn that the Dolarav are mostly east and southeast regions of the area.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
this would put us in the that would put us in the southeast, like much easier. A, we avoid the banshees. And we don't cut through orc territory. We kind of circumnavigate it and kind of like land on the southern shore of the Dolorov area, and then we can like start moving north here towards Dumoran and everything as well.
So we wanted to do the Dolarav first, and then the.
Because I think they're easier one to conversate with, right? Because
Well, I think it's going to be funny because I actually think it's going to be easier with our inside information that we can just go into that arena and like get them. We could just lay down the law with the other ones, but it's just
there's a lot of them though.
yeah. But we can fight our way to the top.
Quick mention: this is a great plan. Does anyone speak Orcish?
Nope.
This is a plan that could work, but does anyone speak Orcish?
We'll ask the captain.
The only person who does speak Orcish left.
Well, so technically speaking, yes, I can speak into their head and understand them, and they could.
I don't think
And I
they're gonna
do
like
have,
that.
I do have access to detect thoughts, so I can at least sense some like a motive going on.
Wild guess.
It's a
They're
way
not
to-
gonna like that.
Yeah, they might not be like the two things that you know about these guys is that they are murder hobos and they're violent, which is really just the same thing. You know the one thing about
Yeah.
them.
We do know
That
that
could
some of them
work,
spoke
but it might
common.
require some finesse.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they potentially speak Undercommon?
You're not sure. You best wager, probably not. If they're as deeply zealous about this god of orcs that they worship, they would probably only speak orc. Like you're
Well,
not even
but
sure if they speak common.
Didn't
right?
they
If would
speak common
Undercommon.
in the mini house of Igthran?
You heard them like yell out some. There was a lot of like broken words and such. But your sense back then was like they're just yelling this out to us to like intimidate us in a language we can understand them. But yeah, that probably means they'll be able to understand some amount of it. Of course, they're probably not going to want to use any other language than Orcish, which means you could try to communicate. It's just going to be a little. It's not going to be easy, right? They're not easy people to communicate.
if I can make
with.
the suggestion, in treating with the Dolorov, you might be able to talk someone into coming with us to translate, and also
Really?
get a bit more information on them. Because rather than just the books, you can get actual insight from the people that face them on the day-to-day.
I'm going to ask a Captain Oleus
Mhm.
whether she knows the spells, tongues, and comprehend languages.
Take a look. No. She sort of looks at you and says, "I was not trained as a diplomat myself. I was trained to survive. I have no such skills. For my own languages, I speak Elven, I speak Common, and I speak Undercommon."
Elven, you mean Sylvan?
No,
Or
just
Elvish.
Elvish.
It is Elvish, yeah.
Elvish, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
The rarest kind of language out here in these god-forsaken wasteland is actually Dwarvish. No one out here speaks Dwarvish.
That makes sense.
Actually, wait. I speak Dwarvish.
Yeah, exactly. And you're not from here, of course. You're from a place where there's, absolutely some dwarves. So,
When you said that, I was like, wait a minute, I speak to her.
yeah. All right. Captain Olio says, all right then. So the plan is focus on these Dollarav first.
I mean, if we want, I could try to stop at Pazuzu's place and see if he has spell scrolls.
Why don't we just do something that doesn't rely on you being the answer to everything all the time? It's
Oh, sure.
okay to not have everything covered. That's what the rest of your friends are for, Alondra. Besides, Pazuzu's is a ways away.
I hold up my little bell.
You see a little bell. You have no idea what it means.
He's just a ring away.
Let's just go get the job done.
Okay, if that's what you want. We just have no. What's the plan? We just appease to their. What are we offering them?
We're
And
gonna go.
she's gonna bring out her gift basket. We all, we chipped in. We made the gift basket. We're gonna, go there kindly and talk to them.
They're losing a war. Do you think they care about gift
It's,
baskets?
it's about
They're-
being friendly and courteous. You just don't show up place without gifts.
You said you had a friend that was down there. I'm assuming you can talk to her.
Oh no, I mean,
I'm sorry, is your plan to give these barbarians a gift basket? Is that what I just heard?
well, they're not barbarians. They're people who are fighting for their home.
But
Have
in
you
their
all-
free time, they're barbarians.
Have you all ever actually done anything diplomatic?
Oh yes, I've gone to many courts and sang for them. And
No, I mean like actually like handled a diplomatic negotiation.
oh yes, I've gone to many courts and sung for them.
That's not what that is, but
I mean, I've listened to plenty of deals being brokered, but
right. So think of it like a deal that's going to be brokered. We're gonna go meet with them. You're gonna, and she kind of gestures to the gift basket. A way right there to not get speared right out of the gate. Okay, that's good. That's kind of like a hey, we come in peace sort of gesture. But at the end of the day, that's not going to be enough.
No,
They have things that they want.
we know that they want to be left alone in their lands, and we know that the Kryn and the Kryn want to have part of it, so we can offer them that they can maintain their lands as long as they let them pass through.
You see
How are we
Captain
going to
Lorray,
solve
like,
their
tucks
problem?
her holy symbol under her shirt, like, hides it away.
So they're losing a war, right?
Right.
You want safe passage through their land. They want to keep their land. I suggest you start with that. She points to Illivaray. You're in a position where you can offer forces to assist them in pushing back the Kosh test before they're wiped out from existence.
What? We're not here to fight their war. We have our own.
No, but you are here to gain passage through their land, and sometimes that requires doing something you might not want to do to get what you want to. And maybe you don't really necessarily want to help them. But you have to understand, not helping them runs the risk of them attacking you on your way into Dumaran.
We just know that they want to be their own sovereign. You know, they want to be left alone.
Respect their wishes, offer them aid in something that is clearly important to them and threatens their way of life.
Alright. If that's something they might be interested in, perhaps. I'm in no position to promise armies or a victory in this war of them. But perhaps if it gets them to put down their spears and pikes and whatever is it, maybe that's a main goal.
Perhaps such as like a vassal state or something like that.
This is not something I can confirm. I will check in with my mother, the leader of our den, Den Olios, and She will have to check further with Den Kryn and the Bright Queen, of course.
I would suggest that the idea of service or being part of your dynasty not even be something that's put on the table. It sounds like they don't want any of that.
Well,
Think
it sounds a
about
lot to me that in that case, we'd be offering aid in return for nothing.
I agree with that. I agree with Captain here. It doesn't make sense. It's not a fair trade.
You want passage through their land. Their land.
Certainly, I want passage through their lands now, in this campaign we'll be having. We're not going to resolve their decades-long war against an enemy that is certainly stronger than them. If these orcs were of a more social mind, I think we would have allied with them way before, as long as it finishes the war in the Moorlands. But neither side seems pliable to diplomacy, or at least to our attempts. That's why we asked you all. You're
Why
different.
I feel that you coming with us is a terrible idea. Because clearly you're a bit more obstinate and stuck in your own ways versus what needs to be done to get these people on your side.
Well, why don't we
Well-
all have a conversation first before we start slinging shit at each other?
I mean, that's what this conversation is it not? It's the conversation about how we're going to do it.
Also, just to remind you all, I'm not here to be persuading any of these particular sides or factions and such. I'm simply here to ensure nothing that shouldn't be said and promised to these people is not. That's why I'm here.
You know,
We
I
need
think
to come up with a mutual beneficial arrangement for both parties.
I think
So-
it's important that they understand that if the Shadow Fae continues what he's doing, it would affect them too eventually. You know.
Look,
That could be something.
if they offer us passage through their land, and we let them keep their own land, they don't have to worry about a third party to fight with. They can put all their attention onto their enemy, unless we end up dealing with that too.
I mean, the Wormalock, the woods that Doomeran is hidden within, are filled with all kinds of manner of monsters, spiders and demons. I'm certain they've been dealing with that, especially being on the east side of the Moorlands for decades as well, as just about as long probably they've been dealing with the orcs. Perhaps that is an angle you can work. Doomeran being gone means no more monsters and demons poking at their backs while they having to fight these orcs.
It's a good idea. We'll use that too if we have to.
Alright, let's start there then. Dalaran first, although I must say this plan of yours involves us making it all the way down the Murug River Run to the lands of the Dalarav without being assaulted multitudes of times down the miles and miles.
Well,
Of
you have the
river,
esteemed pleasure of riding with us.
Oh, is that so?
I'm gonna say, can I, when we go there, can I fly ahead and use that my spyglass thing to make sure that we're safe to be able to travel?
It's a great way to scout ahead, keep us safe, I suppose, yes.
Are we going on land for the first bit, or?
I think out of character here. I think from what I saw, it was like skirt the edge and down, like do it like that, is what I got, right? So along the land and then jump into this Fever Gulf Lake and travel around.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were doing as well.
Works for
Sounds
me.
good. I mean, I could also scout ahead with Teddy.
Mm. Familiars. All right. So, excellent. You guys gather your things and head on out. First day goes uneventfully. You guys travel about 50 miles a day, so getting down here to the edge of the lake is going to be about 4 days. First day goes by uneventful. Second day goes terrible. Yeah. As you guys are traveling, you hear a sound. A whistling sound.
Oh no.
God damn it,
There's like
Morgana.
high-pitched whistle sounds somewhere, and then instantly all of you realize, like, oh my god, it's back. Yeah? You all turn and look to the north where you're just sort of coming from at this point. And you see a purple comet rocketing through the skies, vaguely in your direction. What do you guys do? You're in the middle of the road this time around. As you're traveling here, the water is, I know it says like you're there, but it's like realistically like a mile and a half off to the side of the road. You're not actually that close enough to jump into it.
Great.
As the whistling begins, Swampshell again freaks out and starts going back into his shell, the middle of the road.
I'm gonna turn him invisible again.
Okay, he's invisible.
I'm gonna get on Red because I know he's going to probably fly up. I don't want him to go alone.
You see Red immediately begin to kind of growl and hiss to himself and stare up to the sky looking to it. Where you see like other like creatures and monsters and beasts flying away, Red is immediately like hissing and looking around like, where is he?
How far is he away?
You look on out and you see maybe like half a mile behind you guys coming this way. Which, once again, it's crazy that you can see him half a mile back, right? It's that big and nasty.
Okay. Knowing that this would happen, I think Alondra would prepare Lehman's tiny hut, and she'll cast Lehman's tiny hut.
Lehman's tiny hut. You conjure forth a barrier that lasts 8 hours for you guys to be safe in. Captain Ray exits her tent, says, what the hell is going on? What's all the commotion? Why is the turtle invisible?
It's Titan.
You have to be fucking kidding me, yeah?
No, it's like he's attracted to us or something.
She spins around, looks at that thing, says, I've heard all kinds of horror stories. I don't think this is a fight we take.
Get in the hut. Get in the hut.
She runs on into the hut immediately.
I can't get into the hut. Red doesn't fit in there.
That's true. It's a 10-foot
Yeah,
radius
and
sphere.
she
He's a
can't.
large creature.
She will not leave him.
You can make me an animal handling roll here, Ayla, to see if you can like calm him down. To be like, no, bide your time. It's not time yet. Hold on.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Wait, can Odo help?
Oh yes, you're totally good at animal handling as well. So absolutely, Ayla. I'll say one more time for advantage, aka help here from Odo.
So do I not use my inspiration then?
You don't need to use an inspiration. Odo will help you here instead, so you can just click it one more time.
Oh no!
Oh my god. You see Red break from your like hold, and it goes to like fly up immediately. Yeah.
Can I?
If you want to do your inspiration at this point, you totally can.
Yeah.
Is he? I was gonna say, is he large?
He's large, yeah.
That's way better.
I'm just gonna jerk him back when he tries. Like the moment he tries to fly away, I'm gonna pull him back so Alondra can or Ayla can try again.
Okay, I'll absolutely allow it. He goes to fly on up. You reach your hand out, and I'll say that absolutely helps here. As we see him being sort of pushed down to the ground as he hisses and whips his head around, Ayla, you run up and begin to sort of scratch the back of his neck as he slowly begins to sort of lower his head. With your ear cuff, he can totally understand. What do you tell him to sort of calm him down?
She'll say to him, it's not the time. We will do it. I promise. I'll be with you. Not right now, okay?
You see him sort of staring on up to this guy and sort of reluctantly hiss to himself, kind of angry.
We'll get them. We'll get them, I promise. But
He
not now.
recoils back behind you and just sort of lays low, hiding. Yeah. Okay, excellent. As you guys remain there for a moment, I'm gonna roll a little thing, have a little fun.
I have invisibility, but I think it's only for me, so she wouldn't use
Yeah,
it.
you can upcast it to get
yeah.
more people.
No, I mean, could I cast it on Red, because I feel like he's way more obvious.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, that would be probably very clever to throw it on him. He's big and sort of he's red. He's easy to see. So yeah.
Yeah, she
Okay,
would
he goes
cast that.
invisible.
It's my one thing I could do for the day, my moon ability.
Okay, awesome. He goes invisible. As you guys sit tight, hiding in this magical bubble of protection, is this conjured home. You feel an impact nearby, like a meteor that hits the ground not too far from you. You hear a snarl of a lion, and you hear a voice speak out in this sort of like common language. You hear it speak out. I'm gonna put you guys on a little map here, right there. As you guys kind of look on out just from underneath old swamp shell over here. Once again, he's way bigger than this, but for map purposes, that is what a gargantuan creature looks like. The Chimera lands there and stares on out and says, "What's this? It smells like flesh. It reeks of magic. What a curious sight." You see his eyes, the lion's eyes, flash for a moment as it sort of stares on down and says, something. It flies up and lands onto this other rock, just sort of inspecting on down. As it lands, the stone beneath it sort of crushes for a moment and just kind of stares. Odo, can I have you make me an animal handling roll? Because Swamp Shell is starting to like shake in his shell and panic. 11, you'll be rolling against the intimidation factor of Titans here. 15. Odo, you see as Swampshell begins to panic. He begins to like poke his head out just for a moment and then quickly retrieve it back in. Invisibly still, as he moves, Titan spins his head around and stares as there it is again. It moves. It whimpers. Yes, absolutely, yeah.
It's all right, buddy.
Okay.
It's all right. And Odo's gonna step out.
I'm gonna try and blink down off of Swamp Shell out of the hut in the invisibility.
You leave the invisibility tent?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys watch as, Alcina begins to sort of step out and appears from the invisibility. The giant creature immediately grins and begins to produce 3 fireballs, one for each mouth it has.
Hold on there, giant thing. Titan, I think is your name, right?
Can you give me a little persuasion roll here to see if you even give it a moment of pause?
Great. Let's see.
Oh, protection from evil and good. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're gonna try this. Persuasion. That's 15.
15 is pretty good. It pauses for a moment. You see the lion head sort of tilts and angrily looks down. Sorry, the dragon's head sort of tilts and angrily looks down. The lion looks amused, but the goat looks with this like madness in its eyes, just sort of muttering some strange abyssal language under its breath as the fireball is still sort of apparating there. The lion turns to look at the goat and says, Hold, my accursed brethren. Huh? This one speaks. What honeyed words will it tell us? What last breath will it draw begging for its life? Tell me, morsel, what will you offer this day to me that'll somehow save your little life?
You want something good, and granted, as she's doing this, she's kind of like moving away from Swamp Shell. Like, hey, I came out of my spot, right? Follow me, and don't look at the others, kind of a thing, right?
It keeps its eyes on you, but the goat is still locked in on like what's going on there. There's magic there or something, and you hear it. Yeah, it does speak in Abyssal here. As Odo, you hear this goat head muttering to itself, full like nonsense, full madness. This thing is like just it's doing like devil magic. That's the best way to describe it. It's just doing devil magic, like an abyssal evil magic that it's doing. It has like an infernal sign above its horns that are just glowing.
Everybody speaks Abyssal.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Goat head crazy is what all of you abyssal speakers understand.
Alright, goat head's
The
crazy.
giant creature leaps down and lands right in front of you. Alcina, you feel yourself almost thrown back from the impact. You see a snake tail come back from it and also hiss at you as 4 of these creatures now stare at you.
Oh wow, there's a 4th one. Didn't expect to see that. So, you want something, obviously. I don't have a lot on me. I've got a sword and another sword. That's about it. That's any sort of intriguing to you. I mean, outside of myself, I can't really say take me because that would feel weird. But if you allow me safe passage to where I am headed, I would be inclined to, at the time of your choosing, come back and I don't know, let you learn whatever there is going on with me. I'm literally 1 in a million.
It's incredible. He looks to the dragon and the goat head and says, it's always so incredible seeing how arrogant these little creatures can be. Oh, I'm certain you're all so precious and unique in your own ways, but that's not what I care for.
While he's talking, can I use detect thoughts to see exactly what he cares for? Like in that moment, like his surface level?
Is this a spell you can cast subtly, or does
It
he see you
is.
casting a spell?
Absolutely no verbal components, hand components, or anything involved.
You get a sense from all 3 heads. There's 3 minds, or 4, sorry, minds in here. The tail itself is another like creature grafted onto this monstrosity. You get a sense from the dragon, it wishes for gold. From the lion, it wishes for a solution to his curse. And the goat, it wishes for magical items it can absorb. You all think you have just what
I'm going to, at that point, I'm going to take 100 gold and drop it on the ground. I'm going to take the Archon blade and toss it towards the goat's head, and she's going to look right up at the dragon and go, I know someone out here in Jorhas is capable of breaking even the most staunchest of curses. And there you go, all 3 things that all 3 of you desire. If you let me pass, I will see to it that it is arranged that your curse is broken, that you can have more gold than that, and another magic item of quite the magnitude for you, if you take that one as payment.
They pause for a moment. That big grin across the lion's face kind of fades as it sort of tilts its black and purplish mane off to the side. He looks up to the rest of your allies. Everyone invisible, pretty much hidden up there, except for Odo, who also jumped out of this. He looks down and says, "Ha ha ha ha. This one is full of tricks. It knows what we want, brothers. It knows." Ha 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 ha. The goat stares on down at this blade you've put down with like intrigue in its eyes. The dragon's eyes gleam at the gold spilled on the floor, and the lion, however, stares back, unimpressed. Says, "Once again, yes, all the things we wish prostrated at our feet. But what's to say I'm not just hungry?"
Because you would have eaten me right out of the gate, you wouldn't have paused to talk to me, or even entertain the question.
I like this one, brothers. Confidence beyond sanity. Very well. We shall take your tribute, and you shall leave alive. And for what I wish for, that I'll come back for. But not yet. The wastes are not yet ready for that. He sniffs at the air, looks around, says, "Smell of yes, of swamp, of turtle, but also dragon. We've not eaten dragon in a long time." Looks down to you and says, "Your offerings will take, but also the smell of dragon that is with you. We want a bite."
You don't want that.
"You know what we want, is that it?"
I know part of it, but I can assure you that thing that's up there, you don't want to bite it. And it would make this rest of this so much more difficult if you pushed that issue.
It takes a step towards you. I need you to make me an intimidation roll here. Because you made a proper offering over here, being able to read in mind and such, usually this would be disadvantaged because this thing is like nearly unfrightenable and such. However, because of the proper offerings you made here, able to like hold your composure in front of such a fearsome foe, you can absolutely negate that disadvantage here, giving you a fighting chance.
What kind of save am I making?
You're not making a save, you're making an intimidation roll.
Oh, I'm making an intimidation roll.
Mhm.
Shit, Alcina's not an intimidation per. Let's see if we can roll a little
Is there
higher.
a possibility that Odo could assist since he's not afraid?
How would you assist?
He was laughing at the thing earlier, but you know she's right. She did promise you. You should take the deal. And he'll
Oh, that's
lean,
it?
and he'll lean down on
Okay.
he'll lean down on his rapier.
Okay. I don't think that would be enough to help here. He's
that's fair.
already sort of bearing down over here, and threat of more violence I don't think would help.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to reroll that then.
Okay, go right ahead. 17. Oh my god. That is so much better. That is so much better here. Alcina, this thing rears back for a moment. You see the dragon's head begin to sort of open slowly, and these purple flames begin to manifest in its mouth. The goat begins to sort of smile and excitedly begin to chant in this weird abyssal language as like a fireball spell begins to gather in between its horns, and the lion sort of begins to open its mouth. The tongue begins to lick its bottom row of teeth, and then snarl and turn over to the dragon, who immediately kind of lowers his head to the lion, and he sort of headbutts the ram head. Looks back to you, says, I have never been impressed by such stupidity or bravery before. You entertain me. It would be a shame to devour you now. Very well, little human. We'll see each other yet again. I might have need of you and your ally yet. He grabs the short sword that's on the ground, and you realize like he's taking it. You offered it, he's taking it. He grabs the magical short sword. The dragon tries to grab as many coins as it was there, but it like drops a bunch as the lion seems to call the shots, and the lion leaps on up into the air and begins to fly away. You hear a uproarious laughter as it flies off. Alcina, you see about 84 of your gold coins left still on the ground.
Oh, well, that's nice. It left me some change.
You guys watch as the monstrous Chimera King flies off. You're finally able to breathe again. This thing has an incredibly powerful aura. This is a extremely dangerous foe. Looking at it, I mean, you guys heard some rumors about it such before. You yourself, Morgana, you heard some rumors that this was one of the most powerful, like, magical beings around.
Mhm.
All three of them able of spell casting all at the same time is bad news. But it's one creature with wings. There's probably ways to kill it. As it sort of flies on off. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate encounter, but you're successful in overcoming it. You get to continue your journey.
Kind of like looks to where the Archon blade was on her hip, and she like rummages around in her bag, pulls out the other short sword, and reattaches it. Like, well, old faithful.
All reliable. Okay. There'll be more swords in the future, but life is the only one we have. All right. You guys return to your journey. As the journey continues, the third day goes by uneventfully. Day number 4 also goes by uneventfully. Okay. 5th day. At this point, we are entering the lake down here. You begin to make your way across. It is going to take you just about 4 more days, 3.5 really, to make it to that part of the moorlands. Ooh, nice. We're having some good luck. No encounters the first 2 days. Ooh, okay. Can I have one of you guys? Jen, I don't remember you rolling for these before. Jen, can you roll me a D100, please?
Okay.
7.
Much better than my roll.
I was squeezing, clenching my cheeks, saying, I hope it doesn't say Morgana again.
I would have freaked
You
out.
know, no.
I'm just rolling for fun, you guys. Ignore this entirely. This means
Sure.
nothing. Boo. Okay. Um, as you guys are swimming along, as you are on the back of Swamp Shell, you've made it about halfway, traveling up the river, going slow, staying safe, and such. As you guys are going, at one point, you begin to hear a noise from just off to the northeast from you guys at the moment. You hear what sounds a battle cry, and then clash of blades, and then a roar, and then like a heavy impact, and multiple more battle cries and blades clashing as you realize there is a battle going on nearby. You guys realize this would be a perfect opportunity for you guys to just sneak on by, use whatever conflict is happening here to make some distance without being sort of ambushed or attacked while you're out here by yourselves. However, whoever's battling out there, it could prove some useful information as well, or some potential allies, one way or the other. What do you guys want to do?
Odo would like to investigate. I don't know about the rest of the crew.
Does it sound like someone we know?
I mean, this is like a few hundred feet away. You're just hearing people like roaring and yelling and attacking each other.
Could send the familiars ahead.
Yeah,
Be a
true.
fight.
Sending the familiars out quite easily here. We'll say, yeah, Odo, Alondra, and Morgana. Surveying the familiars return and inform you guys. There is a group of human / some like half-elves and such fighting what looks to be a large group of orcs. You guys most immediately recognize by some of the descriptions from your familiars that it is another one of these skirmishes between the Dolorav and the Koshtask.
What better way to make it interesting than give aid?
Could certainly help the dollar.
Yes, and make them fear us. Make the Kustas fear us. Oh, we should go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it enough? Is it enough room there for me to be able to fly? Fly up, not too
Through the
like high.
swamp? Yeah,
Yeah.
easily, yeah. Okay, excellent. You guys leap off Swamp Shell and begin to rush your way. As we see Ayla leap onto the back of Red, the Dragonelle, and fly up into the battlefield. As you guys go to sort of rush on in, Captain Illiver looks to you all, says, "Am I joining you here? I feel like I shouldn't."
No, I think you should stay here and keep a watch over Swampback. Please.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Very well. If you need my aid or something, fire off a spell into the sky or something. I'll be there as fast as I can.
I got it. I understand.
All right. You guys rush on ahead to see a massive brawl. What must have been like 100 versus 150. There's bodies everywhere. This was a brutal battle that went on here, and you guys are joining sort of the back end of it. It seems that a group of human and sort of half-elven individuals, these Dolorav, are on the cusp of losing the battle by the time you guys arrive. They are currently being badly flanked. Their archers are getting pretty brutally flanked by these like blood ragers that are rushing on in and just tackling them to the ground, making their range abilities obsolete. This is the situation you guys join in. You're up over here as you're arriving, and you'll be quite easily able to tell which are the Koshtask and which are the Dolarav. You see some of these like half-elven archers in the back, and you do see some. Once again, a lot of them are women, but there are some men. Look at that guy. That's a crazy art they chose for that guy.
That man has a baby face.
My friend once was like, "Why does he look British?" I was like, "Oh no."
Why does he look British?
I couldn't unsee it afterwards. On the other side, we see these war spellcasters missing one eye. We see this. This is a big lady, gigantic orc lady on this rock, roaring and throwing spells around. There's a guy in the back sniping people, like an incredibly dangerous archer that they have in the back there, and then a bunch of these blood ragers. You've seen these guys before in many hosts of Yggdrathad. These ladies are fucking nasty. They are raging, like whirling dervish machines. As you guys are approaching here, I'm going to put down your familiars and mounts and such. I'm going to ask you guys to roll me some initiative, but of course, we'll be picking up with that initiative next session. So for now, give me some initiatives.
13, 12.2, 13, 14.
Okay. Bam, let me bring this out.
Can I just?
Very nice.
I know I rolled pretty good, but can I use my inspiration since I never used it?
Yeah, might as well. It's the end of the session. Might as well use it up just to get a reroll.
Oh
Just
yeah,
to see.
I'll do the same.
Oh yeah, amazing.
Huge. Very nice. Great. Quick mention, Ayla, who's getting the advantage?
You know what? I'm worried about these people not being healed. I'm gonna give it to myself.
Okay, roll again.
I rolled that
If you
shit
still
anyway.
roll, well, I was gonna say I don't think you have your inspiration still, do you?
No, I used it for red.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Initiative is a skill check, right?
Initiative is it a? Why do you ask? Well, it's not. It's not a skill. It's an ability check.
I was asking for like psi-powered physique. It's I can add a d6 to skills, ability checks, and saving throws that use strength or dexterity. I didn't know if that would include initiative.
Yes, this has been discussed before in many D&D games and many posts throughout D&D. You cannot give yourself any additional bonuses to initiative other than some specified long-term effects. Like you can't have your familiar give you advantage. You can't get advantage from anything special that doesn't specify that also works on initiative. The effect needs to specify that it works on initiative. Otherwise, it is not included by ability check, skills, whatever.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the way they had to like make it so like the rogue doesn't always have advantage on initiative and can like act before everyone else. That type of stuff. Okay. Here are the initiatives of the bad guys. Here, Jen, you should be able to move that dragon around. Do you have control of it?
Let me see. Yes. Do I have to? Does he have to roll initiative?
No, he will be acting on your initiative. Before or after you, it is your choice.
I guess I'll
All
keep
right.
the 10.12 was better than the other shit.
Well, yeah. Here is some initiative rolls for everyone here. Rather than rolling like individual rolls for a bunch of these, we're going to have two separate rolls here. One is going to be the Koshtask, one is going to be the Dolarav. Representing the Koshtask is what you guys determine to be the most dangerous person on the field. This archer in the back. Representing the Dolarav currently is one of their healthiest, still alive barbarians. It's going to be this person in the front over here. 10. Not too great. All right. Initiative looks like so. Oh my god. There we go. Odo and Alondra so close there. Followed
You
by
have
the
20?
orcs. I believe
Odo?
he does.
Wow.
He moved some skills, some ability points around when interacting with that strange shrine of Zahir before. All right. This is what the initiative looks like. Ayla, you have the same initiative as the Dolarav. Here, you will be going before them. Okay. Before the combat begins, one last thing I'll ask here. Please move yourselves up to your movement before the combat begins as you guys join the fray. The battle has already, been going on, right? It's been going on for a few minutes now, and most of the people are already, dead. These orcs are looking to finish the job.
Going for the big spellcaster lady.
Big lady up here throwing guiding bolts at people around.
These are the Dolarav over here, correct?
Yes, Dolarav are in the bottom left, and they're trying to sort of they're being forced back by these orcs. And you guys realize these archers are doing so much work for them, but they're about to get absolutely fucking massacred by these two blood ragers rushing into the flank.
Actually, I might rethink that. I might run down there to help the archers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I, when I fly on red, can I land?
Like dismount?
Yeah, can I land? Can I?
So the way it works out for having a mount, it takes your half movement to get onto the mount, and it takes half movement to get off of the mount. There's a feat called Mountain Combatant that can make that much, much easier. But I don't know with his movement, because you're basically using his movement right now when you're mounted on him. He has a flying speed of, I want to say 60.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So he can get you there, but that is considered your movement. So technically, you wouldn't have enough movement to get off of him yet. So you would have to do that on your actual turn.
But landing him is pretty fucking scary.
Yeah.
He's a tough bird. He's got quite the hit points.
I know. Okay, so I'll land here on him, and I'll stay right here with him here, because I want to know when I do a radius, right, of it, I don't have to physically be on the ground, correct?
No. It can be radius is anything. It can be anything from anywhere.
So when I do my Twilight Sanctuary, do I have to be physically on the floor to be able to cast?
You don't at all. You can be falling from the sky. We can do underwater, anywhere.
Okay.
Ayla, I will say, as you guys join this battle and you land over here, look at these. All these archers look surprised and aim at you. And will pick up their.
They're elven, right?
They're half elves.
Yeah, she wants the dragon to face the other direction.
No, I figured, but they don't know you guys. You realize, all right, they don't know us, so they immediately aim at you as well, because you might just be a third party who showed up to kill everyone. All right. We'll deal with that and more next time. Friends, thank you so much for playing tonight. I'm so glad we were able to pull off the reschedule. Thank you for having patience and being super cool. We're going to continue next time. But before that, we return to Taldore on Sunday, to the far, far past, where something strange is happening.
We going to hell?
We're going to hell.
We're already there. We're already there.
We're already there. All right.
I'm sorry, guys. I just got turned into a literal beacon. My bad.
Just before we were like, okay, well, shit, what do? We gotta go get this person, I guess. Where is there? Hell? Oh, there's an angel person in our party. That's a bad deal. But you know what? Hey, if you overcome it, that's a great set of skills that you've acquired and are able to, Well, anyway, I'm just saying it might be rough.
Odo wouldn't mind, being in that situation with Sky. He'd be like, "You're a directile to battle?"
Yeah.
Hell, an infinite battlefield. All right. Well, everyone, GG's. Have a good one. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. And I will catch you all very soon.
Have a good night, friends.
Bye. Good night,
guys.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, everyone. That was our session for the Wildemount campaign. I do appreciate you all hanging out, catching Pokemon, and listening to our antics. This fight's going to be fun. That'll happen on Thursday. Let's see who's on. I know who's on. Yeah, we're going to go there. So this person is not a Pokemon player, but they're a friend of mine who does the Blackout Club RPGs. They're currently doing a session, a one-shot for new players. And I want to check this out, and I'll have to listen to it tomorrow or so. But my friend Anambris let's go say hi. And then we'll use raid 1. Okay. Thank you very, very much, everyone. And I hope you all have a fantastic, fantastic evening. And a great weekend. I'll be back on Sunday with the Tal'Dorei campaign that we were just talking about. And then on Monday, I am playing the Good Old Boys on Nambris channel. It'll be fun. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.